afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is time. Players' Championship 20 and 21. The race for the wonderful Winter Gardens will conclude over the next 2 days. And who will get there, we will find out. Looking forward to this, absolutely buzzing. All eyes are on that bottom end of the Pro Tour order of merit. And we will bring you every result live as it happens here at Players' Championship 20 from Leicester. Now, we've been on about this for months and months and months. Who is going to make it? It is time. K-Days, how are we doing? Kev is in. Hope you are good, mate. James, Decision Days, it is. Joe is in saying showtime. It is indeed. And look, we don't normally put stream games on. However, all eyes are on board 15 as Michael Smith gets us underway. We are going to that game straight away because of the importance of it. Yes, in the words of Fabio, here we go. The field for the Winter Gardens will be decided in the next 48 hours, and I, for one, cannot wait. Gob is in. How are we doing, buddy? Good to have you in. So, yeah, also, right, I'm going to, in 2 buttons, we should be able to do this because there's button 1, and if I go like this, someone's warming up. The transitions are hot. The transitions are hot. The Barney alarm has been sounded. Raymond van Barneveld will take on Borland on board 3. Joe Cullen, Benjamin, Drew Roos, Martin Luke, and Dom Taylor on board 1. Good game. Looking forward to that one. He can, Kev. Whether he wants to or not is certainly another question. Marcus, yeah, huge day for darts. How we doing, Ryan? Ed House not making the match play. Incredible, really. Yeah, it just shows the drop-off he's had since those European Championships, though, that he was brilliant in winning it. However, not great. Also, Joyce, I'm happy with this first round match. I haven't had a look. Who's Ryan Joyce got without me flicking through? Ozzy, turn on from Brum Airport on the way to Turkey. Nice, mate. I hope you have a good holiday. Snooker is also being played in the same venue. Interesting. James, I'm trying to play with it. Ideally, doing all this, I'd have a producer that's got headphones on and can listen to everything. Everyone complained it was too loud last time, so I've just tried to alter the volume, but I can't hear it myself. So, unless someone wants to rock up and be a producer, it's a little bit of trial and error. Joyce has got Graham Hall first match. Yeah, you take that all day long. How are we doing, Brock? Good to have you in. And match number 1. This is it. Remember. How are we doing, last suspect? Hope you are good. Afternoon, Chris, hope you are well. So, Michael Smith, remember, it is all or nothing. The bully boy at the moment is not going to the wonderful Winter Gardens. Andrew Gilding takes a 1-0 lead over Yella Klassen. Richie Ed has 1-0 up. James Hurrell. Joe Cullen takes the opener against Benjamin Drew Royce. The rest all falling into line as they go live. Rob Cross takes on Thibaut Tricole. Voltage could do with a run here. A bit of confidence heading towards the Winter Gardens. Who do you have on Shaggy versus Watamina? Probably Watamina, I think. If you had a gun to my head, I think it's a 50-50 call, but if I had to make one, probably just edge Watamina. How are we doing, Nico? Good to have you in. Ricardo Pietrezco takes 1-0 lead over Marvin van Velzen. Kim Hobrecht, 75 to take the opener. Edgy start for both players here. And Hybrex leads 1-0. Michael Smith. It's not looking great, is it? I know it's only leg one. How are we doing, Tom? How are we doing, Jacob? Who do you think will win? Look, it's a lottery. Who do I think? I think Ryan Searle is going to have a good day today. I think he'll be one that will go close. So don't back him now. Martin Lugman takes down there against Dom Taylor. Yeah, I sell out round 100%. Hi Phil, with the growth of darts and Matt Porter's early background in football, do you think he could potentially move sports and leave darts? No, look. Could he leave? Yeah, look, 100%. If another opportunity came up with incredible benefits and so on, then could he? Yeah, 100%. What impact do you think that would have on the PDC? Only time will tell, but normally the PDC always have plans in place and so on for things. So look, I don't see Matt leaving anytime soon, but you never know. Michael Smith does level up 1-1. The Asp didn't enter anyway, but he's also replaced Michael in the Hyde Park event this evening. But Aspinall hadn't entered anyway. Remember, I fully expect Aspinall to play in the Euro Tour. Well, I haven't looked at the list. But look, I would expect Aspinall to miss this and then play in the Euro Tour as prep for the World Match Play. I can understand him not doing both. Do you think Smith would benefit from trying to slow his throw down? Not so much his throw. I just think at his best, he doesn't walk on that last dart. At times, he's a bit walky on the last dart. Do you think Owen Binks will replace George Noble? It should be Owen, and I hope it's Owen. How are we doing, Chris? Do you think it's wise for MVG not to be playing? Personally, no. But look, with everything that Michael's got going on in his life right now, I'm sure there's a good reason why he's pulled out. But do I think he needs time on the board? Yeah, 100%. Krzysztof Ratajski has work to do. 3-0 down to Mario van den Bohada. Bohada averaging 102.5. Kev, I don't think MVG is playing. Well, I'd be surprised. So originally he was not playing today because he was in the Hyde Park event, and then he was going on to play on the Pro Tour. The fact that he's pulled out of the Hyde Park event, I don't think we see him tomorrow. I might be wrong with that. Michael Smith has had opportunities but not taken them. Also, if I just press this, we've got a nice little... There we go. Nice little subscribe button there to remind you all what you've got to do. How we doing, salesman? Hope you are good, mate. Good to have you in. Does MVG? Yeah, MVG does need to play a lot more. And the reason I say that is at the moment, I don't think... Well, I know, it's just how far he is off. He is currently 107 on the race to Minehead. He's only earned 7 grand on the Pro Tour this year, so he's a mile off Minehead at the moment. Tom Bizzle, 3-1 up on Daryl Gurney. Raymond van Barneveld averaging just over 96. This is very good. He's 3-2 up on Willie Borland. Huge moments in our feature game. Michael Smith has been broken. Kim Hybrex is 3-1 up on the Bully Boy. It could be all or nothing tomorrow for Michael Smith. He may have to win the event to go to Blackpool. Desperate times for the Bully Boy right now. Scott Williams, 3-2 up on Jermaine Watamina. Hopai Puhau is 2-1 up on Neil Zonneveld. I am good, and hope you are good. Stephen, has he ever failed to make Minehead before? Not that I can remember. Not since... He may have way back in the day, but not since he's been good. Michael Smith is on the verge of 4-1 down. Kim Hybrex has tweaked the afterburners the last couple of legs here. And he has left Michael Smith in a spin. Riccardo Pietrezco 3-1 up on Marvin van Velzen. He lost the first, but 3 on the spin. William O'Connor 3-1 up on Luke Woodhouse. Remember, Woodhouse maybe, just maybe looking over his shoulder. Danny Noppert levels up 2-2 with Jim Williams. How we doing, Charlie? Good to have you in. 4-1. Michael Smith has a 3-leg deficit. Rob, it is all going dramatically wrong for Michael Smith at the moment. The Bully Boy. Remember, he had 2 chances to make Blackpool. One of them may be about to disappear. Dom Taylor, 4 legs on the spin for him. Martin Lukman took the opener, but Taylor 4-1 up. We've seen him playing a lot of local stuff recently. Afternoon, Daniel. Hope you are good. Afternoon, Pete. Good to have you in, buddy. Always a pleasure to have you in. Yeah, Ratajski is in trouble. He's not playing bad either. He's averaging 95. Mario van den Bohada only 90. But it is the Belgium who's 4-1 to the good. Ryan, I think that the dart has something to do with it. I agree. Not everything to do with it. Partly, yes, but not all. Remember, everyone, subscribe, massively appreciate it. Michael Smith does hold to cut the gap to 2, but then Hybrex starts Max. How are we doing, Glenn? Good to have you in, buddy. The thing is though, Ryan, Michael Smith was in the same situation as MVG, where even if he hadn't have moved from shot to shot, he was going to have to change darts because he was one that made the mistake, the same as Michael, relying on one set. And the problem is, when I think they were 13 years old when he won the World Championship, the grip had gone. There was nothing left. They were so smooth. So he was going to have to change darts anyway. We've seen the importance of this recently where players cannot get attached to one set of darts. We saw with Gerwyn Price losing his luggage at the weekend. You have to be able to play with another set. Kim Hybrex is one away from ending a miserable start to Michael Smith. How are we doing, Matthew? Good to have you in. Can Bully Boy win 4 on the spin? Of course he can. We know he's got the ability. However, it's not looking likely right now. Joe Cullen levels up with Benjamin Drew Royce. That one's 4-all. And Watamina, same scoreline, levels up with Scott Williams. Will there be a dip in levels until players adapt to using various sets? No, look, most players now are comfortable switching sets. Most change more regularly now. It's just one or two where, like Michael used to use Old Faithfuls, Bully Boy was the same. They're probably the most famous pair that don't tend to swap. Max Hopp levels up with Van Diamond Bowler. That one 3 apiece. Michael Smith keeps his hopes alive. However, still needs to win another 3 on the spin. Hybrex has the darts here. What has Michael Smith got? like that. Tom Bizzle, 5-3 up on Daryl Gurney. He's averaging 96. So's Gurney. Not doing anything wrong. Super Chin. Andrew Gilding, 5-2 up on Jelle Klaassen. Klaassen only averaging 81 right now. Subpar performance for the Cobra. Dom Taylor still around that 105 mark. 5-2 up on Martin Lugman. Modus Sykes, 15 180s and 31 legs. That is a good effort. I like that, Glenn. How are we doing, Connor? Bully Boy, if ever he needs a max, it's now. Ton, not enough. Still advantage Hybrex. Raymond van Barneveld has beaten William Borland 6 legs to 3. Big result for Raymond van Barneveld, especially if Luke Woodhouse loses. Rob Cross is a 6-1 winner over Thibaut Tricol. Is Michael Smith just coming back into this? 2 poor visits from Kim Hybrex. Not the best leave from Bully Boy. Oh, I think he's missed the match start. Michael Smith takes his chance. He's back within one. Yeah, Rob, we've signed a centre half. Don't know anything about him, but we've signed one. How we doing, Jamie? Good to have you in. Jermaine Watamina, Scott Williams going to a noble 5-5. Remember, Hybrex has missed the match start. Yes, Peter Wright has pulled out. Joe Cullen sees off Benjamin Drew Royce. A bit of confidence for the Rockstar ahead of the match play. Dirk van Dijvenbode back in front against Max Hopp. Kim Hybrex here has the bully boy darts under some pressure. Probably can't be bothered, and I don't mean that horribly, but playing these two and then going to Euro Tour when you're a little bit older, he's probably got to manage his schedule a little bit. Disaster for Michael Smith. Yeah, Gerwin Price will play Dominic Grulish on board 2. Hybrex should get one match start here. Jermaine Watamina has beaten Scott Williams in a last leg decider. Michael Smith is out. It's a disaster for the bully boy. Right, let's go. Let's go the end of this. Remember, Luke Woodhouse. We're going to go to the Joyce one after. Hopefully we can get 2 games of importance in. Ratajski and Smith both gone. Lukeman gone. Tomorrow it is all or nothing for Michael Smith. Look, Ratajski and Smith are praying that Joyce and Woodhouse go. Remember, Barney has won. He's added to that tally. No, he doesn't have to win tomorrow, but it all depends on what people do above him. He's got basically 4 and a bit grand to make up, which means that you've got to be getting to semi-final or final. Graham Hall is 1 away from beating Ryan Joyce. Ricardo Pietrezco, he's beaten Marvin van Velzen. However, if Woodhouse and Joyce both lose here, we could still have drama tomorrow. Dirk van Dijvenbode 5-4 up on Daryl Pilgrim. Woodhouse has broken O'Connor. Back to within 1. O'Connor was throwing for the match there. He is not taking it. Whilst that one's on, I'm going to keep an eye on Joyce and Hall. Joyce looking favourite to hold here. Remember, Barney has won. I think we can safely say but Barney is there. Is Bo having a... I don't think Bo's here. Well, you know, she would have said no to an invite because they've dropped down. .180 from Graham Hall. Let's turn this one on its head because now he's got match darts. Graham Hall to knock out Ryan Joyce. And he does. Relentless is gone. So that keeps Michael Smith and Krzysztof Ratajski interested tomorrow. The double-edged sword to that is they'll both be thinking, if only we'd won today. But they haven't. I'm 14 and up are good in my opinion. Barney and up can book. How we doing, Carl? Good to have you in, buddy. Yeah, RVB will be very, very happy right now. I wonder if we'll get some dark green today. I wonder. If not, tomorrow, the hallowed dark green will return. Dirk van Duivenbode sees off Max Hopp. 6'4", tidy enough from DVD, averaging 96 and a bit. Luke Woodhouse, William O'Connor going to a deciding leg. If Luke Woodhouse can win this leg, I think it's Ryan Joyce or nothing. There could just be one spot to shoot at. Officially, Nico, no one is confirmed yet. However, look, I think Barney in 14th and up is good at the moment. It may be 15 and up if Woodhouse wins this deciding leg. No, Ryan, we normally get the news around Blackpool every year for the World Championship on sale dates. It's normally around the match play every year, mate. So I would expect it to be the same this year. That we'll get that. This one's got nervy. O'Connor has fluffed his lines. Remember, he was 5-3 up. He has fluffed his lines. Jose's been he's been sunning himself in sunny Spain, isn't he? Oh, a cheeky little 10-dart leg from Bradley Brooks. We don't mind that. Oh, the 171 from Woodhouse. O'Connor will be kicking himself because again this puts pay to his very faint match play hopes, but in truth it's been a disaster of a deciding leg for William O'Connor. Carrel Sedler box 2-1 behind to Gabriel Clemens. Neil Zonneval 5-all with Hope I Pow. Can you get odds on Cabby to win the world? Yeah, put as many noughts on the end of it as you want. Steve Lennon has a leg back against Daryl Pilgrim. But Mr. P leads 2-1. Victor Tingstrom 1-0 up on Ryan Meikle. Woodhouse 52 to complete the comeback. And 4 legs on the spin. And Woodhouse has beaten O'Connor. Now, that is a huge result. I think Woody has now done enough. Paid my subscription and can't watch. Robert, are you on about PDC TV, mate? Because I've got it. Mine's that doesn't help you, but it's working for me. Is there any big names here? No, look, most of Price is in today. Bunting, Clayton, Doby. So yeah, still some big names there. Where are we going and what's warming up? How we doing, Malachi? I hope you are good. Bit of tennis as well. Fairs. James Wade not played as of yet. The Price is here today, but I've got a feeling he's going. I think he only plays today and then goes home. Because he says on his Facebook that he'll be at the Chippy tomorrow. Hopo Puha has beaten Neil Zonneveld. Yeah, Pete, same for me, all working. Michael Smith lost in round 1 to Kim Hybrex. Robert, try clearing your cookies and yeah, try a different browser because it's working fine for me. No, Danny Lowry still has a card. Carl says the drop-off of Jim Williams isn't discussed enough. I think, Carl, because everyone's just, like, fed up of, look, he doesn't want to be a dart player. And, look, I don't think you can be in the upper echelons of this sport, not practice and not take it seriously, which I don't think he does. So, I think it's the old cliche, isn't it? You get out what you put in. I don't think he puts a lot in, hence he's not getting a lot back from it. Love darts. What other sports you play a professional match the next day you work in a chippy? I know it's brilliant, Pete, isn't it? Jose de Souza 3-1 up at Andy Barnes. Again, Barnes disappointing for me. What was Bam Bam had for breakfast this morning? He's 3-1 up, averaging 128. I've got a fair idea. It's not what I had for breakfast, that's for sure. Unless you're Gary Anderson, yeah. But that's very much an anomaly. Anyone else get a weird spammy Darts Planet Gav email today? No, can't say I did, Jamie. I've never signed up for it and never will. So no. Was he offering a load of tat? Seen 4 people subscribe today, but it still says subscribe. Have you tried clearing your cookies, Robert, and so on? Like I say, I've got 4 screens up with PDC TV on. It's not off. That's from a random account. Fez. Phil, do you think Cadby would have had any TV? For me, yes. I think Corey had the ability and was destined for the stars. Now he's destined for not a lot. The biggest waste of a talent we have ever seen. Mate Dennett has a leg back against Barry Van Peer. Steve Lennon 4-2 up. 3 legs on the spin for Len. Will Clements get in the Prem? No. Carl Sneed 2-1 up on Jeffrey de Graaf. Adam Hunt 1-0 with Alan Suter. Leighton Bennett up there in terms of wasted potential. Yeah, but again, just a little prick for what he did. Agreed, Nels. Agreed. Owen Bates is 5-0 up on Denny Aldercouter. Aldercouter only averaging 77. Who's Leighton Bennett? Yeah, look, incredible from Bradley Brooks. Look, Callum Ridge is averaging 105 himself. Super stuff from both of them. But it's Brooks. He was putting in a performance of a lifetime at the moment. He's 1 away from victory, 5-3 up. Exceptional from Bam Bam. Andy Bartons is back within 1 of Jose de Souza. Ricky Evans takes the opener against Laman. We try, Brock, we try. Owen Bates, Bagels, Danny Aldercouter, 6-0 for the Master. You know, Gob, you know, lad. Nah, these are still the same old ones, Pete. Same old. Bradley Brooks. 117.49. That is a special performance from Bam Bam. Crazy guy. Who's crazy, Stefano? That's the problem, though, isn't it? That he's just had an incredible performance, but it means nothing. Like you say there, if he goes and averages 85 next, we've seen so many of these forced dawns of Bradley Brooks. Karel Sedler Box has beaten Gabriel Clemens. Bradley Brooks, yeah. Look, Bradley's got all the potential in the world, but we've seen him lose his card and we think, I don't know. Goes to Q School, looks $1 million, puts in great performances, and then falls off. It's the same. There's so much inconsistency from Bradley. It's unreal. Touching on the red player Harris. Yeah, he's superb. On Dirty Harry. I very much doubt if Tim qualifies for the Worlds, he'd be allowed that. Thomas Lovely, 5-4 up on Christian Kist. MVG not playing Terry. I don't believe any of this Hyde Park event is on TV. I've not seen it anywhere. And I genuinely don't know what the purpose of it is either. I don't know what the goal, the purpose is for it. Mate, Denon has 1-3 on the spin. He's 4-3 up now on Barry Van Peer. Stefano, glad you are here, mate. Thank you very much. Laban has one back against Rapid Ricky Evans. Steve Lennon continuing this good run of form. Has just beaten Daryl Pilgrim 6-3. Pilgrim was 2-1 up. Victor Tingstrom 4-1 up on Ryan Meikle. It's a shame Meikle's not on a stream. Would have been interested to see if he played with some new equipment being he's changed. Direct Michael Smith has played, and it's not good news. I am afraid bully boy Michael Smith lost to Kim Hybrex. Kevin Dukes, there it is, beating Brett Claydon 6-3. Went to Denmark. Once upon a time, free coach. Thoughts on first round losers money? My opinion hasn't changed that there should be something for first round losers. I'm not talking mega money, but enough to cover expenses. My opinion on that won't change. Right, sorry about that. Labanauskas has levelled it up from 2 down, 2 on the spin for Laban. At what point does the PDC just buy a venue for Pro Tours and build? To be fair, I was actually chatting to one of the PDC guys about that in New York, Pete, and they were like, in hindsight, it should have happened ages ago. Looking the way it's gone now, I'm not sure if it will now. I'm not sure. Have they missed the boat? Have they missed the opportunity for it, maybe? But I agree, somewhere in the middle of the country, purpose-built venue, hotel, everything on site would have made so much more sense. Yeah, John Archer. Mate, Denon seals a 6-3 win over Berry Van Peer. That's very, very good. Something very, very similar, Gob. Yeah, 100%. But obviously, it would, being Matchroom, you'd have room for snooker tables, pool tables, everything that they need. Yeah, both Cameron Menzies and Gary Anderson playing. Menzies has just taken the opener against Jack Tweddle. Dave Chisnell warming up against Justin Hood, Orion Searle, Stefan Belmont and Chris Doby, Robert Owen, all warming up as we speak. 3 legs on the spin for Labanauskas. Oh, Ricky, he's been on tour years now. Yep. No, Peter Wright withdrew. So... 2013. Yeah, I know he's been on tour a long, long time. Johnny Clayton takes the opener in 15 against Rob Grundy. No, Matchroom, they put in. Victor Tingstrom, 6-2 winner over Ryan Meikle. Adam Hunt is 5-2 up on Alan Souter. He's losing. He's still averaging 87, which is very respectable. Do you know any players on the Pro Tour this weekend? It's a European Tour this weekend, isn't it? Without looking, I don't know who qualified and who didn't. Jack Tweddle levels it up with Cameron Menzies. Josh Rock warming up against Sebastian Białecki. Has got Portervert's jersey yet? Oh, I have 100. Building up, not there just yet. Obviously, get the Euro Tour out the way, and then it is full blown. We are there. Belmont Searle underway, as is Chisnell Hood. Josh Rock Białecki, that'll be a decent game. Has Nico Kurtz qualified for this weekend? Buzzing for that. Go on, Nico, lad. Rob Grundy levels up 1-1 with Johnny Clayton. Gian Van Veen is taking on that pub player, Perlo Lubitsch. No, Leonardo Lawrence. Christ, Leonardo Lawrence. I'd forgotten about him. To be fair, Chris, Nico had all the ability in the world. The issue is he took his education and job more seriously and went after that. The winner of the match play is, until I see the draw, Luke or Gezi. But once we know where people find themselves, we may be able to plot a bit of a run from an outsider. Yeah, he had all the ability in the world. He won at the Worlds and dropped the F-bomb on the walk-on when Laura Woods interviewed him as well. Damon Heta tuned it up on Patrick Giach. James Wade warming up against Adam Warner. Johnny Clayton back in front against Rob Grundy. Josh Rock, Sebastian Białowski. Just getting underway. I think Gary will go deep in the match, but I hope so. Gary's a good runaway on TV from potentially getting himself back into the top 4 in the world and becoming a right nuisance. Labanauskas 5-3 up on Ricky Evans, averaging nearly 96. Very, very good from Laban. What app is this? It is tv.dartconnect.com. Cameron Menzies back in front against Jack Tweddle. Playing well here, Menzies. That's a great shout, Marcus. Whatever happened to Fabian Schmutzler? That's a great call. Yeah, he'd like come in, smash the Dev Tour up in 6 months, and we've not seen him since. Paul, yes, there is. The winner of this event gets £15,000. They've chiseled 2-1 up on Justin Hood. Rock takes the opener against Białowski. Jan van Veen still waiting to get underway. And Jeffrey de Graaf has sealed a comeback against Carl Sneed. He was in a world of trouble. Barney, give this man a Premier League card. Great win for Adam Hunt. Oof. Oof. Someone's warming up. We all know who. All aboard the Flying Scotsman. It's Gary Anderson. And Gary will be our feature game. Again, Menzies and Tweddle just sharing holds of throw. Gary is going to fly to the top. The Joker is in the house. How we doing, my friend? John O'Shea, good to see you in, buddy. Have you recovered from Vegas? Back to normal? How we doing, Jonathan? Schmutzler's most recent records in a game coming July 2024. 4-1, 4-0, losing averages of 58, 56. Wow, that's some drop off. Do we know the matches for the World Matchplay? Yeah, no, the draw is Thursday, Christina. How we doing, Antoinette? Hope you are good. Ruin. Menzies back in front. Just solid on throw at the moment. Josh Rock averaging 110. He's 3-0 up on Białecki, who's averaging a ton himself. Doby averaging 118. He's 3-0 up on Robert Owen. Oh, sorry, Rob Owen now. Who do you think wins it? What, today? I said Ryan Searle would have a good day today. He's 3-0 up, not playing particularly well. But, yeah, I cursed Ryan Searle today. Het up 4-1 to the good Ross Smith, just getting underway against Kai Gotthard. Come on, Gary. We're waiting for you to go live so we can put you as feature. It's not like the Flying Scotsman to take his time, is it? I think Price... Oh, yeah, Price is playing incredibly well at the moment. 100%. Oh, Teresa, jinxing everyone. I don't think Connor Scott has played yet. Ricky Evans, what a turnaround that is to beat Labanauskas. Ben, no, we've got no details as of yet. Well, no, tell a lie. I've got some details, but they don't help a lot. I checked with the guys from Betfred last night. It will not be on their channel like it was last time. They did it live from the Betfred studios. It's not on that, so my guess is it will be on the PDC channels. As to what time, I don't know. I was asked about Connor Scott, wasn't I? Connor. He plays Mickey Mansell on board number 8. Yeah, on current form, you would say that, yeah. But look, Price is paying the price for a poor run. But that comes round again in time. He'll be okay. Białecki looks done at 5-0 down. Rock averaging 115. There it is. A bit of old Gary. Menzies back in front. The quality was awful last year when they did it from the Betfred studio. I didn't watch it, if I'm being honest. I can't remember it. But I'd say I don't know what time, but it will come out on the PDC channels. He can, but he needs at least a semi-final tomorrow is bare minimum Michael Smith needs. Has Rock hit a 9? Has Josh Rock... This can't carry on, can it? It can. He has the magical 9 from Josh Rock, which means I need to do a social post. Let's find a picture. Białecki has a leg on the board. Look, Sebastian's actually played quite well here. It's just the brilliance of Josh Rock. That's the conundrum, isn't it? Does Josh Rock want to be 16th seed? That's the question. For me, I think he's better at being at 17. To be fair, John, you know Josh really, really well. Will he want to be number 16 seed? Or is that something that he even looks at? Yeah, they're always going to say, I don't care in public. I get that, but... And Rock seals a 6-1 win, 109 average, super stuff from Rocky. Gary Anderson was on course for a 2-0 lead there, but let that leg slip. I'll chat with him, I'll catch up in a minute. I need to do the social post. I keep getting distracted. Gathering price is also underway. Where is it? Right. Right, sorry about that. Right, social post is now done. I can concentrate again. Right, where were we? I was asking... how we doing her? Happy 69. I think Barney's done enough now for a match play spot. With the way the results have gone today as well, I think he's done enough. Yeah, the Grand Prix's gone to 16 seeds. I get the argument that Josh won't care, and I understand that mindset. However, let's be fair. You'd rather not play Humphreys or Littler in round 1 or 2. But I know the players' mentality will be, oh, I don't care, I can beat them, which we know they can. But these players are ranked number 1 and 2 in the world for a reason, because they're more consistent than anyone else. And look, if you can win a title and not have to beat one of them, you take it 100%. Let someone else beat him and you polish off. How are we doing, Danny? Good to have you in, buddy. I'm good. How are you? Josh Rock did hit a 9. Superb. Mike Decker levels up with Dylan Slevin. How are we doing, Dave? Good to have you in, buddy. Yeah, look, Mace is always an absolute pleasure to sit down with and talk darts, because like you say, tells it how he sees it, which is what you want. Gary Anderson leaving the old 166. Yeah, John, I know he loves the challenge, and I've spoken to him a lot. It's just one of those ones, isn't it? Where sometimes be careful what you wish for. Gary Anderson has broken the Flying Scotsman, averaging 101 right now. Chizzy, Justin Hood is going to a last leg decider. Dylan Slevin, remember, he's fighting for his card. 5-4 up on Mike De Decker. Wessel Nyman 4-2 up on Greg Ritchie as it speaks. Wasn't Callan in a similar position? Yeah, he was, Rob, yeah. Yitzi van der Wall takes the opener against Nathan Rafferty. Connor Scott getting underway against Mickey Mansell, as is Dimitri Vandenberg and Michele Torretta. Bunting and Vinstra on streamboard number 2. Bunting not firing on all cylinders, but 1-1 at the moment. Ted Everts throwing that up on Henry Coates. Gary Anderson 74 points away from a 5-2 lead. The Flying Scotsman doing Gary Anderson things. Gary Anderson does lead. Andy Bolton just getting underway against Oscar Lukasiak. Humphreys is 1. Maybe Littler or Luke don't want Josh to play each other at some stage and win it. I believe Josh is close. Look, for me, currently there are a distinct 3. I think Luke and Gezi are in that mini league of their own. I would certainly put Josh in that bracket just underneath, 100%. I don't think he's at Gezi, Luke and Luke level just yet, but he's certainly closing in, and I think he's in that bracket just underneath. Dave Chisnell sees off Justin Hood. Despite Hood being the better player for long periods of that tie, Chizzy has found a way to win. Look, it's not a great performance from Chizzy, but it's a win. Oh, 100%, John. If you upset the status quo, then carnage ensues, 100%. Ted Everts 4-0 up. Gutterin Price 3-all with Dominic Grulish. Let's check in with the Iceman, Gutterin Price. The problem is that Nathan's best starts on TV have come in the non-ranked events. So I agree. I think Nathan's had a really good year to date. But for him, unfortunately, his best stuff on TV has come in non-ranked events. There's been two TV ranking events this year, Chris, which is enough to make an impact. And Johnny getting to the final of a ranked event, TV ranked event, creates the argument and the narrative. Look, I'm with you. I think Nathan has had a great year. I genuinely do. But getting to a TV ranked final, there is always an argument that the ranked events mean more. Dimitri Vandenberg not at the races at the moment. Adam Warner has a 2-leg cushion over James Wade. Gutterin Price has found something when he needs it here. Michael Smith will need at least a semi-final tomorrow. That's bare minimum. It's not been a good day for Bully Boy. Oh, you know, Andrew, you know, lover Lucozade Orange. Mickey Mansell 3-0 up on Connor Scott. But it's not all over till, yeah, the dark green's not out yet. Oh, good question. I think that's been a while. The last time Michael Smith missed the match play was... ...2013 was the last time he missed a match play. Yes, Rob, he's been using these ones for a while. How we doing? Matador, hope you are good. Michael Smith losing to Kim Hybrex in the opening game was a huge blow to Bully Boy. Going early today, Joyce Smith, Ratajski, Ed House, Zonneveld, Lukeman and William O'Connor, Scott Williams, Gabriel Clements, Callum Ridds. To be fair to Callum, he's averaged 106 and lost to an inspired 117 from Bradley Brooks or whatever it was. Adam Warner has beaten James Wade. The machine was run out of oil. Andy Bolton averaging 102. 3-0 up on Oscar Lakaziak. Ted Everts has beaten Henry Coates 6-1. Anthony, prayers to all the families and victims who have lost in the Texas floods. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, from what I've seen, Matador as well, but he's playing with a shorter stem, so he's got a little bit more control. I remember a couple of months ago, he was throwing in like this huge thing and was like sticking up at all kinds of angles. Looks like he's shortened the stem a little bit. Yeah, Price is making hard work of this. He was in the box seat here, but he's just inviting a bit of pressure from Grulish. But then the 174 to get him down to a finish. That's what Gezi does when it matters. Yeah, Damo was winning. Yeah, 6-1 winner, Damon Hetta. Wessel Nyman beats Greg Ritchie 6-5. Since your last Pro Tour stream, you told me to buy random stems, but I bought... oh. No, I must admit, I'm surprised that we know he's not going to play in the Euro Tour because it's in Germany. But Gerwin Price is a 6-4 winner. To miss both of them, I think is a little bit foolish. I think that playing in one of them before the match play would have done him the world of good. Either the Pro Tour or the Euro Tour, one or the other. Yes, they are, Rob. Peter Wright's used them before as well. Right, let's go. Let's go for a bit of Bunting and Veenstra involved in a battle here. Yeah, Dimitri Vandenberg not firing at all at the moment. Do I see him getting to a minimum of a semi-final tomorrow? I so want to say yes, but I can't. Saw your interview with Mason. Very interesting. What parts of it did you like? Weber 9 Dar. Really? Where's he pulled that from? Christ, I've got to try and find a picture of him now. Yep, 2 9s today so far. That's why I had to check God, because yeah, normally when you're at a 9, you're average rockets, but he still had an absolute shocker. Whereabouts in the US are you, Anthony? Let me just do this. With average 6. Oh, that's a stinker. Right. Got that social post out now, which is all good. Right, where are we going? Where are we going now? Should we check in on Dimitri? Oh, yeah, look, Mace was really good, wasn't he, in that, 100%. A lot of subs. Yeah, look, it's not been great, but mind you, also some of these players haven't played for a while either, so there could be a lot of rust, and this is something that we say that perhaps that there needs to be, the Pro Tours need to be spread out a little more evenly. How are we doing, Sean? Good to have you in, buddy. Brendan Dolan 3-0 up. Nico Springer beat Stephen Burton 6-4. Good performance from Springer. We know what he's capable of. Placia and Crabtree warming up. Mickey Mansell has beaten Connor Scott 6-2. Kaylee Toretta is in a good position here. Chris Landman 1-0 up on Nick Kenny. Darren Beveridge 3-1 up on Kevin Burness. He's been up and down, hasn't he, Connor? There's been some good bits from him, but there's also been some substandard stuff as well. Ian White 5-3 up on Martin Drat. Remember, if you're new here, drop us a like and subscribe. We were... What do we need to get to the next little milestone? We need another 4 of you to subscribe to get to 43,800. Another couple of 100 to get to 44k. So, tap that little subscribe button, folks. You know what to do. You know where it is. Jim Long has a leg back against Madaz Razma. Bolton beats Oscar Likaziak 6-2. I'd love 50k by tomorrow. That's the goal, Stephen. We'd love to be at 50 by Alexandra Palace. No, it's someone's unsubscribed now, so it's no, still 4, yeah. How we doing? Dave, good to have you in. It's not a problem at all. I know everyone has stuff to do. So the match play race is exactly how it was because Joyce lost, and then Smith, Ratajski, Ed Has, Zonneval, Lukeman, and William O'Connor all lost as well. So it's as you were. Again, I think mathematically we're not, but realistically I think it's all shooting for just that one place, especially if Barney wins his next game as well, that 14 and 15 are just racing off into the sunset. Keen Barry 3-1 up on Mervyn King. Again, Keane needs to find some form. His tour card is in danger. That's it. Can Michael Smith do a Danny Baggish tomorrow? Dimitri van den Berg leads Michele Toretta. He's only averaging 78, but he's winning. Razma 1 away from beating Jim Long. How far down if the so today, so in theory there's 30 grand available if someone were to go back to back. So realistically we're talking down to 31 and 32 in Dolan and Mickey Mansell, but they pretty much need to go back to back. Am I right in... Andrew, do you mean... I think what you mean is if Rock makes the top 16, does Danny Noppert still qualify? Yes. He's done enough on the Pro Tour Order of Merit. It's just a case of which side of the draw he is. I think that's what you meant. All the 1-2-8 games are now underway, which is good. Michael Smith needs a minimum of a semi-final tomorrow. He may need a final, but at the moment, semi-final bare minimum. Just said Rock's best interest to get into the top 16s. I'm not sure, Matt. I think that there's no right or wrong answer to this. It's personal preference and so on. Me personally, I'd rather 17th and take my chance with a draw. No, because Josh Rock at the moment is in the Pro Tour Order of Merit, so him and Noppert just switch places. So no, Joyce won't drop out. RVB is in 15th, yes. Ryan Joyce is in 16th, but Ryan Joyce is out. So Barney can make hay while the sun shines today. Michele Torretta takes out 1-3-1 to beat Dimitri Vandenberg. More misery for the Belgian. Dansky. Let's have a bit of Mervyn King, Team Barry. The more I think about the math, 17th isn't in your favour at all. Yeah, but I don't think 16th and 15th are in your favour either, Gob. I think it's a terrible place to be in. Get the first round against the Pro Tour, warm up into the event. Chance Luke or Luke go out early and won't play. That's a big chance though. I get what you mean, but I still think that's a big risk. Madas Razma has beaten Jim Long 6-3. Darren Beveridge, a 6-2 winner over Kevin Burness as well. Merv King needs to hold here just to give Barry something to think about. Has Barry given up on... Yeah, he's back to stacking again, which I'm not a fan of. I think stacking your darts, especially the way he does, parallel is okay. Right, so if you're at that level, it's not too bad. But Keens are like that, if not more aggressive, arguably something like that, and it just blocks too much. Mervyn King does hold. Brendan Dolan sees off Lucas Vainick. To be fair, I know absolutely fuck all about this Hyde Park event. I don't even know if the scores are going to be available on something like Dart Connect, or I genuinely have no idea what is going on with it. Technically it's not a PDC event, but they've got the PDC dancers. I'm pretty sure there'll be a PDC ref. There was no... I asked the question. There was no media access. Yeah, I asked the question. but I was told it's not a PDC event, so King Barry won away. Merv King playing okay here, but not well enough to beat Barry at the moment. I don't know, but my guess is they are being paid very, very well to do it. Yeah, I agree with both those. I think it will be an awful lot. Mervyn King, 1-2-1. Or can Barry win it with an absolute roof raiser? Alex Adansky is one away from beating Joshua Richardson. Merv King does hold and says to Barry, go on then, can you serve it? Can you serve it out? Not enough to get past. To be fair, if there had been some media access, I'd have gone. Personally, depends on what you like. When we get a chance, we would love to. Really good exhibition. All right, shy. Jack, not a problem at all, mate. Glad you're liking it. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, it's kind of a bit like that. They do that big pro-am, don't they, in Germany straight after the Worlds. I get the feeling it's kind of something similar-ish, maybe. Technically, no, Chris, because it's, like you say, it's not a PDC event. So, it's a weird one. Kim Barry looking at 50 to seal the deal, and that is exactly what he does. But also, someone else is warming up. This could be a huge result. Watch with careful eyes in the race for the match play. Barney warming up against Sedlerbox. We will go to Barney as feature game because that has a big bearing on the race for the match play. Last 64 games now cascading in, which is good. Dom Taylor, Stephen Lennon warming up as well. That should be decent enough. Again, they will all know what's going on as well. Barney will know that a win here I find it weird that card holders can't play in anything. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it, Pete? Like, I'm sure the PDC will have been well compensated to put this on at this time and have their logo and their players involved. Who's getting the Mystery World Championships? But I don't think it's a bigger mystery as what's being made out. I think it's going to go to one of the affiliate tours. I think they're just waiting on something. I'm trying to. I might be wrong, but normally the Oceanic Masters winner gets an automatic spot. Now, I haven't seen anything advertised for the Oceanic Masters yet this year. So, potentially, that spot has something to do. I might be wrong, by the way, but that spot might be something to do with what's going on with that. I love that, Pete. Absolutely love that. Ryan, 100. Look, I love Matt to bits. Matt's playing the social media game there. It won't be Phil. Come on, Barney, go live. How we doing? Half hope you are good. The Ferret won his first round game, mate. Don't worry about that one. The Ferret from Pontibern is okay. Also, how can you have a Pro-Am pairs with 4 pros? And they'll just rotate them round, won't they? Yeah. Dom Taylor takes the opener against Steve Lennon. Look, James, I like the romantic part of that, but won't happen. It belongs in Ireland, Matt. Yeah, look, the Tom Kirby was always a good one. I agree. But yeah, Joshua Richardson has battled back to beat Radek Sedansky. I'm not going to lie, that's a surprise result. Give the winner of Angry Ginge versus Pie Face. Oh, that's made me chuckle. I like that one, Ryan. I like that. There's been a few comeback victories today in round 1. That's all the 128 now in the ledger. Joe Cullen on stream board number 3, the Rockstar against Owen Bates. Oh. I'm not a fan of that Owen Bates shirt, by the way. Blech. Did Paxton win? Good question. I will have a look for you. No, he lost to Johnny Clayton. Oh, no, sorry. No, he's playing Johnny Clayton next. He beat George Killington 6-3. Ah, Dirk without the walk on his head. To be fair, there's actually one worse. I think, is it Barry Van Peers that is worse than Dirk's? And I never thought I'd say that. In the match play now. Not quite, Big Johnny, not quite. But Barney 2-0 up on Sedler box. Remember, a win for Barney would be devastating for anyone else. Oh, yeah, the Jules Van Dongen ones were right up there as well. Just a noise. Mike Hyvenhoven levels it up with Graham Hall. That one's 2-piece. Rob Cross 1-1 with Thomas Lovely. Where were we? I paid 1 minute. I like that. I was a delivery driver for years, Ryan, until 2013. And then things changed. How are we doing, Jake? Good to have you in. So, Aaron, I don't think Michael plays tomorrow. Originally, Michael was playing out today and in tomorrow because he was playing in that Hyde Park event. Now he's pulled out of the Hyde Park event. I don't think we see him tomorrow. I've not seen an announcement or anything by the PDC or anything like that, but I don't think we see him tomorrow either. No, I was a proper white van man, Ryan. Proper white van man. And not blowing my own trumpet. I was decent. I was good at it as well because we were job and finish. So it was like get round, get home. Did Andy Barton's... I can't remember how the beast got on off the top of my head. Let's have a look. He lost 6-5 to Jose de Souza. Who's that on the stream? That is Yamil van der Herk. Yeah, him. Jermaine Watamina, 101 average. Safely through. Let's get some results up on there. We go. Joe Cullen, 2-1 up on Owen. Jan van Gogh of Hesseling. Andrew Gilding, 3-2 up on Victor Tingstrom. Gilding averaging 105 right now. Very good from him. Pete, if you're still in the chat room, they've added the 4th to the Pro-Am as well. So it's now Ollie Mers, Roman Kemp, Dion Dublin and Joe Swash. There you go. Raymond van Barneveld back in front against Sedlacek. 3-2 Barney leads. That is a very random group, I agree. Probably, Gob. Yeah, you're right there. Mario Van den Bohada 4-1 up on Matty Dennett. Hopai Puau levels up with Ricky Evans, averaging 104 at the moment. Very good from Hopai. James Hurrell, 2 with Bradley Brooks. And this is what we were talking about earlier. Bradley Brooks has gone from being unplayable, averaging 117, to averaging 89. This is the issue, and this is the difference. Should have had Bobby George on a throne like Ozzy Osbourne. Sedlacek has broken straight back. Barney not making hay here. Which retired player do you think would do best on the? I think long term, I think Mervyn King will do well. He's still playing at a competitive level. I think the drop-off from Steve Beaton is due to the fact that he's not playing only in those events. Ricky Evans back in front. 2-1 up on Hopai Puhau. Gary Anderson warming up. Which means we better get ready, because the next train approaching platform 1 is your Flying Scotsman. Andrew Gilding 1 away from beating Victor Tingstrom. Dom Taylor, again, he played lovely in round 1, but only averaging 87 at the moment. Sedlacek leads Barney 4-3. Which match are you putting on there? We'll have a look in a second. We'll assess the situation in relation to the match play. Kevin Doots just lurking around at the moment. Danny Noppert 4-0 up on Stefan Hendrick. Noppert does not want to relinquish his seed place. Owen Bates has turned it around against Joe Cullen. I don't like that Owen Bates shirt. Not a fan. Yeah, Jar wants the Barney alarm. Remember, Jar is the official chairman of the Barney fan club. Any Barney related queries, he is available on Instagram and X. No, if Rock becomes seeded, Danny Noppert has done more than enough to drop into the Pro Tour side. Rob Cross 5-2 up on Thomas. Lovely. Raymond van Barneveld was 3-2 in front. He's now 5-3 behind. Disaster for Barney. It just leaves the door open. Again, Woodhouse winning. Cullen is not. If you follow, I think it's the T20 Blast Pod or T20 Pod. I don't know the thing, but it's Jar's in charge of the T20 Blast Pod on Insta. So Danny Noppert 5-0 up now. Thursday, the match play draw. Dirk van Duivenbode 5-1 up on Jeffrey de Graaf. The Aubergenius doing what needs to be done. Hopo Puhal back in front against Ricky Evans. Gary Anderson takes the opener against Leon Webber on board 14. All aboard. Karel Sedlacek has beaten Raymond van Barneveld. Sedlerbox goes through. So a bit of the Flying Scotsman. He leads 1-0. Bradley Brooks 5-3 up on James Hurrell. Johnny Clay and Adam Paxton warming up as well. What are the results for today? They're on the bottom of the screen, K-Days. There's obviously loads of them. The big one was Michael Smith losing to Kim Hybrex in the race for the match play. Look, all the candidates crashed. Rob Cross has just beaten Thomas Lovely 6-2 with a 104 average. Danny Noppert serves the bagel over Stefan Hendricks 6-0. But yeah, Ryan Joyce, Smith, Ratajski, Ed House, Zonneval, Lukeman, O'Connor, Williams, Clemens, Rids, all losing in round 1 K-Day. So big blow for all of them. Ricardo Pietrezco 4-2 up on Adam Hunt. Leon Webber levelled it up with Gary Anderson. That one's 1 apiece. Webber hit a 9 darter in round 1, as did Josh Rock. Bradley Brooks seals a 6-3 win over James Hurrell. I'm a St Helens lad. Smithy ain't making the match play. Emma Brown, that's a short switch. Injury. Yeah, look, he needs semi-final minimum. Andrew Gilding, 6-3 win over Victor Tingstrom. Luke Woodhouse back in front. Might send Evil Charlie to come. Well, to be fair, still the worst nickname that's up there because it just doesn't fit. Yeah, agreed. There's a theme here with bad nicknames. Yes, I am with you, Rob. That right off. Graham Hall, 5-4 up on Mike Kyvenhoven. Leon Webber has taken the lead against Gary Anderson. Broken. This is just a little bit scrappy, this one. Where's Gino Voss these days? The Fox. Adam Hunt has one back against Pietrezco. One play who had 2 bites of the shit. Are we on about the dude and Super Chin? I actually prefer the dude to Super Chin is fucking horrific. I actually prefer the dude. Oh, Johnny, 100%. There is more bad ones than good ones. Dom Taylor, 5-4. Again, like Dom the Tower Taylor because he's like 6'6". I prefer the other nickname that we can't say. Possibly. I don't think we'll ever get to a point where they're all streamed, but look, could we see boards 1 and 2 with comms on TV? Yeah, 100%. Hope Puhau has beaten Ricky Evans. Leon Webber 3-1 up now on Gary Anderson. Graham Hall has beaten Mike Kyvenhoven 6-4. Flurry of results coming in. Chat room, you were on fire as well. I was going to ask Matt something similar earlier. I just think so many bad nicknames. The Hoover, that one, or Dom the Powder Taylor. When the format for the World Shoey won't change. I would presume it will be the same in round 1 as what it is this year. Gary Anderson does break. I'm sorry, he only holds. Afternoon, Andrew. Good to have you in, buddy. Something needs to be done to bring attention to the Pro Tours, bread and butter. I think 50% of. No, I agree, Matador, but I don't know. I don't know what that is, because they won't, although they want to bring it to the main and the 4, which I get, it also has to be of a good enough quality. Like look at boards 3 and stream boards 3 and 4 now, for instance, where they're fixed cameras. Sometimes we only have half a head in shot and so on. So to start with, look, stream boards 1 and 2 are very good quality with commentary. So I think it would be good to get those on a broadcast first. Yeah, Rapid Ricky Evans fits, I agree. That's one of the ones that is alright. People's reaction when see Peter Well without a mohawk. Yeah, stream boards 1 and 2, then some reporting duty. Yeah, I like that. Luke the Nuke isn't accurate. Still Swampy. How we doing? And what? I hope you are good. 2 a.m. here in New Zealand. Nice. That's commitment to the cause. Gary Anderson in a world of trouble. Riccardo Pietrezco seals victory. Michele Torretta takes the opener against Cameron Menzies. Leon Webber 5-2 up on Gary Anderson. The Flying Scotsman is on the verge of exit. Exiting stage left for the Flying Scotsman. Johnny Clayton 3-0 up on Adam Paxton, the Ferret, playing very well so far. Dom Taylor has beaten Steve Lennon 6-5. Gary Anderson is potentially 2 visits away from exiting. Do you think we'll ever see... no, never say never. Nothing would surprise me. Gary Anderson is out, being 6-2 by Leon Webber. Very good performance from the German. So let's check in on the Ferret. This game not streamed. Let's have a look at Johnny Boy. My rocks and flares. Yeah, look, never say never. Menzies levels things up. 1-1 Damon Heta takes the opening against Ted Everts. Luke Woodhouse. That is a massive, massive result for Luke Woodhouse. I think he's good now. I think he's good. How much longer do you see in the seniors going the way it's heading? It started off great with the big names that pulled in the crowds and viewers, but also qualify. The problem is, Ben, that Jason Francis gave a good interview on, I think it was with the Weekly Darts Cast, and look, people might not like this approach, but he also spoke very, very well that unfortunately the qualifiers don't sell tickets and they were losing a lot of money on those tour events. Look, would I prefer if the tour was still there? Yeah, 100% I would. But from a business model and a business point of view, they were losing a lot of money on those tour events. So something had to give. And because those tour players were still playing to a good level, they were still playing regular darts, they were then causing upsets, which is great for the fairy tale of sport. However, broadcasters and so on don't have a... And by the way, when I say these names, I do not mean this disrespectfully. I'm just saying, obviously, how it's come across from Jason. The broadcasters haven't got a clue who Mike Huntley is. And sorry, Mike, I love you to bits, but I've just used you as a reference. They want your Daryl Fittons and so on. They're the ones that people still watch. So I get it. And I get what they're trying to do. I think it'll be all right. I didn't watch all of it, James. I watched some of it, and I've got to say I thought the production was very, very good for the Six Nations. I thought it looked really good on screen and so on. Yeah, so first class for the production on the... Daryl Gurney has beaten Kevin Doots, and that ends Doots' hopes. The other thing as well is the cost of production, again, is astronomical. I obviously know what the production bill was for the events, and you've seen nothing like it. And with the greatest will in the world, 24/7, it was less than bang average production in my opinion, and it was still costing a fortune. So I can understand why they've used the Super Series venue when the production was then first class, because they're doing it every day. Let's go for a bit of the 9-dart hero from earlier on. Let's go for a bit of Josh Rock. And the other bit about it as well, and I know, who is it? Rob and Chris have just said it gets boring with the same names. I get that, but again, it's the same approach from the PDC with the Premier League, that, you know, if you're bringing these players that's what TV wants. And it's the same with the World Series and the Premier League crossover. There's a reason that they still use the same players, is because that's what TV companies want, and so on. Again, people might not like that, and I'm not a fan of it as well, but that's what happens. But that's what I'm saying, though, Chris. You might not watch it, but what I'm saying is the TV companies haven't got a clue who half these qualifiers were. They were coming up and stealing the show, and because they're good players, that's not a thing. But it's not broadcastable, because the TV companies and the TV execs look at it and go, "Who's he?" There's no story behind it. But that's like the other way with me with the Premier League. I've never missed nights at the Premier League, and I did this year because I'm just bored of those players. No, I think Neil's done enough to be in them all. I think Neil adds a lot to it. Personally. Yeah, but Chris, you're looking at that from a football point of view as well, and you don't like Neil. Barrett, so I agree the production problem moving to... Oh, I agree, Ben. Look, Viva was busy last year. I agree. However, the production costs still outweigh how many tickets were sold at Viva. That's how much production costs these days. It is staggering how much it costs. It really is. So I agree, Viva was packed and so on, but it still didn't outweigh the cost of production. We don't think so, Kyle. Just look, he'd entered, but judging by his own Facebook, he said he's going to be at the Chippy tomorrow. So unless he can get from Leicester in a quick time, we don't expect to see him there. Please tell me why Barney was allowed to play. Alan, it's quite simple that the PDC players are allowed to ask for dispensation to play in other streamed or TV events. We've seen it before. They were tour card holders at the time. One was Paul Nicholson. The other is one he who must not be named. Were given permission to play soft tip event that was televised in Japan. Cameron Menzies, Simon Whitlock have been given permission to play on stream games in Vegas before. Barney asked the question, and he was granted permission. So it's quite an easy one. Well, no, it'll be interesting to see. Look, now there's been a high profile player been given permission. It will be interesting to see if other players are. It's down to the players. They have got to go and ask. If they don't ask, you never know. Yeah, Laura, I get the frustrations and I understand that. I'm not saying it's right, by the way, but hopefully that now one high profile one has been granted, we will see more allowed to do it. Josh Rock, 6-0 winner over Jitsi van der Wall. Stunning from Rocky as he goes through the gears. Let's go. Ben, I don't disagree with that at all. But again, that's down to the players to sort that. The problem is, Chris, is when you're the promoter and it's your events that people are playing in, you can. Kyle, the whole world has heard about Diego Jota and how sad it is. Oh, Laura, I completely agree with you. But like I say, I'm hopeful now that this has happened once, we may see more of it. And I genuinely hope that. Andy Bolton 4-1 up on Adam Lipscomb. Getterin Price 3-2 up. Was harsh? No, Ryan, I don't. I think it should have been more, if I'm being honest. I don't think it was harsh enough. Mike De Decker, Madas Rasma going all the way. 5-all. We're going to a last leg decider. Is Adrian 40? He's not 45, so he can't play in seniors events. I do, but it's not down for me to say. Ian White back to within one. Dobie still leads 5-4. Damon Hetter 6-2 winner over Ted Everts. Getterin Price in front against Nick Kenny, but on throw. I would, correct. Not saying I'd get in. No, the seniors is 45, Andrew, so and not until he's 45. And then Chizzy winning, but these big averages from Dave Chisnell don't seem to exist anymore. Look, genuinely, the case against World Snooker will be interesting once that's settled and dealt with, because that could open a lot of doors. How does Smith now? Michael Smith needs at least, bare minimum at the moment, a semi-final tomorrow. Yeah, Leon Webber's having a great day. Really, really good day for Leon Webber. Chris Dobie is beating Ian White 6-4. So it's 10k for runner-up, 5 grand for semi-finals. No, he is 4,250 behind Ryan. Ryan Joyce is on 71.75. Michael Smith 67.50. No, let's say, if Ryan loses first round tomorrow, a semi-final would do Michael Smith. Yeah, he needed that as well. Stephen Bunting is a 6-3 winner over Cam Crabtree. Gathering price 4-3 up on Nick Kenny. Joshua Richardson 5-all with Adam Warner. Ross Smith 5-4 up on Darren Beveridge. Yeah, minimum semi-final at the moment. Fancying each way bet on the match play. Going for Rock Clayton. I think both of those could have really good runs at the match play. I think both are playing decent. Again, a lot will depend on the draw and so on. That at the moment, Gezi and Chisnall are level on money. Now, if Chisnall stays above price as he is at the moment, Johnny would run into Gezi in round 2 potentially. And with the greatest will in the world, I'm pretty sure Johnny Clayton would rather play Dave Chisnall than go in price. Adam Lipscomb has a leg back, but Andy Bolton still 5-3 up. Ryan Searle 3-1 up on Mickey Mansell. The draw is Thursday. We're not sure what time. Why you practice the guesses? Love that. Yeah, there'll probably be some Teresa. Then there's normally a couple. There's normally some floating around for the match play. Gathering Price is one away from beating Nick Kenny. No, he's not at his brilliant best price, but just finding a way to win at the moment. Adam Warner has beaten Joshua Richardson 6-5. Not a fan of Wayne. Yeah. So, Searle has been dragged into a battle here against Mickey Mansell. It's not a free-flowing game that Ryan Searle would like. I would guess so, Chris, yeah. I'm guessing he just got his case sent home. Godwin Price is a 6-3 victor over Nick Kenny. The Iceman sails through. Still in his trainers. Now I've got my screens minimised, so I can't see it all. Phil, who can you see beating Bo in the women's mile match play? Double-edged or double-sided this, Andrew. I can see a few beating Bo if she's off. If she plays well, she's playing at a level where she'll walk it. But as I've said recently, and I think Bo said it herself, the range in Bo's game is too big. Go back 2 or 3 years, we always had that high-end 100-plus averages from her, but that level there was late 80s. So the range was a lot smaller. Now that level is still there, but now we get the low 80s. Occasionally, there's a 79 in there as well. Not often, but there is. So that range is too big. So if she's at that top end, I think she wins it. But if she drops down and is at that lower end, she's beatable. Ryan Searle, one away. Where were we in the quarterfinals? Only best of 7. Yeah, look. Well, as I said, that high-end game that she has, if she goes to that, she wins it. But the range is too big in her game at the moment. It's not that when she's on, she is still incredibly brilliant. But it's when that little dip comes, and we've seen her beat in the women's series and so on, when those low averages come in. So if she avoids them, she wins it. But she can be beaten if one of those performances drops in. I bet you do, Pete. That'd look good on Sky. To be fair, it'll look good on Sky on the Sunday. Yeah, the ticket sales for the Women's World Matchplay have gone superb. I was chatting to the PDC boys and the floor's sold out this year. Which is obviously great for the tournament and the women. But Ryan Searle does seal a 6-2 win over Mickey Mansell. So, last 32 games now warming up. Rob Cross, Dave Chisnell, Riccardo Pietrezco, Keane Barry, Danny Noppert taking on Adam Warner. Let me just have a look at the tour card race, because Keane was in a little bit of bother. He has now moved back up into the green. Florian Hempel holding on to 64th as we speak. Stephen Burton outside. Dylan Slether, Matty Dennant, Darren Beveridge, Chris Landman all outside as well. Again, it shows the importance of getting to the Worlds, because Matty Dennant and Darren Beveridge currently have 18 grand on their order of merit totals for the Worlds and the Players' Championships. Didn't make the Worlds last year. That's the kicker. If you put 10 grand onto both of theirs, they're a lot closer to keeping their cards. But the all-important race for the World Matchplay tomorrow. Who wants Ryan Joyce against Michael Smith in round 1 tomorrow? That would set the cat amongst the pigeons. I'm not James. No, there's no media. I asked the question, but there's no media access for it. So, last 32, just warming up. Shouldn't be too long. My pick, Ryan Searle, still in the mix. which is good. Let's start getting the old round 2 results ready. I will have a look in a second for you. Let me just get the results done. Right, who does the ferret have next? Johnny will play. He will play Carral Sedler-Box. Gavin Price has always got a chance. Always, because of his world-class ability. I don't think Price. Well, just going by his Facebook. No, I don't think Price plays tomorrow because he said he's going to be at the Chippy. So if he's at the Chippy, he's not going to make it. Right. Let's go. How we doing, Scott? Good to have you in, buddy. Yeah, if you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe to the channel, everyone. And if I do that, there we go. Little note to tell you to subscribe. I've not been to Price's Chippy, but it's on my list. Big money selling fish suppers. Oh, what would be? Oh, I like a good old fashioned meat and potato pie, Jamie. If that's what if the pie choice is there, it's a good old fashioned meat and potato. All the games warming up. So here we yeah, I like a bit of Chisnall and Cross. to be fair, Price, yeah, that's not a bad shout. We could do one there. That would be alright, wouldn't it? How do we see who's started? So the games at the top on the left-hand side are the ones that are underway, and now we can put our feature game live as well. Here we go, last 32 is underway. Josh Rock is still in 100%, playing beautifully. He's got Kim Hybrex next. There's a couple of tricky elements to making it happen, but we will ask. Internet being one of them. We will definitely see what we can do. Leon Webber, he's having a day to remember. 1-0 up on Jermaine Watamina. Bradley Brooks, Damon Heta underway. Woodhouse takes the opener against Van Veen. Chizzy 1-0 up on Bobby Cross. Will let's have a look. Have the PDC released what the stream games are? Let's have a look. No, it won't. The stream games are Rob Cross, Dave Chisnell, Andrew Gilding, Madders Rasma, Bradley Brooks, Damon Heta, Dirk van Duivenbode, Godwin Price. They are your 4 stream games for the round of 32. Kim Barry 1-0 up on the Riccardo Pietrezco. Oh, everyone loves a Wagamama, Jamie. That's my choice. I love a Wagamamas. Chicken and prawn pad thai, some chili squid, and some gozas as well. Ooh, majestic. Bradley Brooks 1-0 up on Damon Heta. Daryl Gurney, Ryan Searle underway as well. Last game, Dirk against Gezi just warming up as well. And then we are ready to rock and roll. A maximum from Chizzy gets him back into the leg. Chizzy 2-0 to the good. The ginger and white chocolate cheesecake from Waggers is the best thing I've ever put in my mouth. Thanks, Teresa. Menzies takes the opener against Owen Bates, 1-0. Andy Bolton 1-0 up on Dom Taylor as well. Just getting into the swing here. Jermaine Watamina, back-to-back legs for him. Ryan Searle takes the opener in 11 against Daryl Gurney. That's very, very good from Heavy Metal. Again, the Chizzy cross game, it's a bit scrappy, isn't it? It's not free flowing at the moment. Luke Woodhouse 2 up on Jan Van Veen. Bates levels it up with Menzies. Gilding 2 up on Madders. Rasma. Again, welcome along everyone. If you are new here, come and say hi in the chat room. We still need another 2 of you to subscribe to get to 43,800 today would be very nice of you. So if you haven't yet, just tap that little subscribe button for us. Just the 2 it is. After the chat yesterday, Chizzy's going to win today. Look, he's just not fired, is he? Johnny Clayton 2-1 up on Sedlacek. Chris Dobie 3-1 up on Mario Van den Bohada, averaging 102, which is better from Bobby. Should get one back here, but is the damage already done? Josh Rock 3-1 up on Kim Hybrex. Rocky doing his thing. Ross Smith 3-0 up, averaging 107. Again, Rob Cross just missing doubles all over the place. If he misses again, this would be a disaster. Does hit. No, James, I am completely with you. The Chizzy action, so the hook is awful. It's not a follow through. It's a snatch across. It's never going to work. At least when he was like trying to correct the dart in midair, the follow through was still straight. But that horrible hook. Blech. Damon Hatter levels up with Bradley Brooks 2-2. Stephen Bunting 2-1 up on Hopo Puhau. Gerwin Price levels it up with Dirk van Dijvenbode. Adobe 4-1, as is Josh Rock. Just looking for something. Just looking for something. Where is it in my inbox? Look, yeah, 100%. That broken ad. That, yeah, De Sousa's action has got considerably worse as well. 100%. Johnny Clayton has a 2-leg cushion as well. 4-2 up on Sedlacek. Gilding 3-2 up on Madas Razma. Josh Rock still being asked questions by Kim Hybrex. 4-2 though, Rocky leads. Cameron Menzies took the opener against Owen Bates, but since then it has been one-way traffic. It is 5-1 to the Master, or the artist formerly known as the Master. Yeah, Jane, it could be, but it's just all over the place. That it just doesn't look good on the eye either, does it? Daryl Gurney averaging 107, 4-2 up on Ryan Searle. Dom Taylor in front against Andy Bolton. Sedlacek asking questions, has one back against Clayton. Dobie beats Mario van den Bohada 6-1. Damon Heta levels it up with Bradley Brooks. That one's 3-all. Gerwin Price averaging 105. 3-1 up on Dirk van Dijvenbode. Again, Dirk averaging 98 himself, doing nothing wrong. Again, good signs that Dirk is playing himself back into form. For all, Van Veen, Woodhouse. Moment here. Cross could be about to break back. Just going to mute for 2 seconds. Danny Noppert beats Adam Warner 6-1. The freeze is on the way through. Rob Cross broke the Chizzy throw, but then Chizzy starts with a maximum. Voltage has woken up here. Chisnell's levels have dipped. However, the damage may be irreversible. Daryl Gurney has beaten Ryan Searle. 106 average. Heavy Metals averaged 105 himself. Done nothing wrong. Yeah, I agree, Mark. I think Chizzy's in a little bit of bother at the moment. Like we said on the live lounge last night, that Pro Tours and Euro Tours were his bread and butter. But they've dried up. Misses the ball. Cross can level here at 4-all. Remember, he was 4-1 down. And we are level. Chizzy still has the darts. However, Cross has the momentum right now. Dirk van Duivenbode has also pinned back-to-back legs. And he levels up with Gerwin Price. Damon Heta in front against Bradley Brooks now. 5-3. Daylight there. This is interesting. The pressure is piling on to Chisnell. Andy Bolton back within one of Dom Taylor. Still a lot of work to do. Van Veen in front against Woodhouse. Even if Woodhouse goes out here, he still had a very good day. Again, 43. That's a mistake from Chisnell. Is Cross going to punish? Great response from Dave Chisnell. The 1-4-5 setup is very good. However, will he get a go at it? Bobby's messed up there. He's missed a dart at the ball. Chizzy breathes again. There's just nothing about the Chisnell throw that I trust at the moment. Damon Heta and Ross Smith, both victors over Bradley Brooks and Graham Hall. They are both in the ledger. Chisnell goes round the houses and misses. Opens the door for Rob Cross, potentially to lead this one for the first time. 9 for double 16 will be Cross's MO. But he's missed. He gives Chisnell a second chance. Price leads against Van Duijvenbode once more. Noble between Woodhouse and Van Veen, 5-all. Johnny Clayton sees off Sedlacek. Great result for Keane Barry. 6-2 win over Riccardo Pietrezco. Dave Chisnell missing doubles in clusters. Bobby leads. Afternoon, Ross. Good to have you in, my friend. Hope you are good. Remember, everyone, come and say hi if you're watching in the chat room. Make sure you drop us a like and subscribe as well. Chizzy, has he got another little spurt in him here? 60 doesn't quite cut it. If Chizzy came off tour, he could be my favourite form. Oh, could you imagine the double act? The Chisnell throw with the Burnett leg. Oh. But he's on course to break back here, Chisnell. Gathering Price 1 away from victory. Again, 5-3 up. Look, Dirk, again, still averaging 98. The consistency level from Dirk is good. He could be a rogue draw for someone in that match play. Chizzy leaves tops. He was in this kind of position in the last leg and couldn't take it out. How we doing, Wayne? How we doing, Pete? Hope you're both good. So, a disaster leg for Cross at just the right time for Chisnell. And we are level. Woodhouse comes from behind to beat Van Veen 6-5. Is it not? It was. Mike, mine's okay. Mine's updating. Yeah, I've literally just clicked refresh and it's just put Luke Woodhouse's victory on there. Dirk has a leg back. Again, Chizzy's poor visit, not really punished by Rob Cross. Not as much as it could have been. Chizzy breathes again. How we doing, Andrew? I hope Newquay is very, very sunny. Glad to see you have your top button. But I always have a top button done up me. It doesn't feel right. It just looks scruffy, doesn't it? It's like, no, always top button done up. Chisnell is going to get a look at 107. What pressure will it be under? Maximum pressure. 133 for Rob Cross to leave 50. Up to you, the Chizzy Rascal. will only get one match start. Unless he goes big, bold and brazen and goes, oh, he's made an absolute mess of whatever he's tried to do. Only 29 for the Chizzy Rascal. Rob Cross to win it. 18 double 16 will be the MO. Godwin Price has beaten Dirk van Duivenbode 6-4. Madas Razma Gilding going to a noble leg. Rob Cross has missed 2 match darts. Chizzy breathes again. The suspense. And he's missed. Dave Chisnell has also missed match darts. They've both had and they've both missed. And Rob Cross is over the line. Remember, Dave Chisnell led that one 4-1 and found a way to lose. The 29 was the one. That's the that's the howler from 107. So that does have implications. That now puts Godwin Price ahead of Dave Chisnell in the race to see what seed they're going to be. Right now, he is. It's only 1,000. It's not a big gap, but remember, we don't think Gezi is playing tomorrow, so 1,000 won't be enough. Gezi will play Dom Taylor next. Then it goes on countback. Madas Razma has beaten Andrew Gilding. Madas is through. So, last 16 is confirmed. Can you stop beeping your arms, please? It will be the last 16 lineup. Dom Taylor will play Godwin Price. Johnny Clayton will play Luke Woodhouse. Damon Hetta, Madas Razma. Chris Dobie, Daryl Gurney. Stephen Bunting will play Danny Noppert. Ross Smith will play Owen Bates. Rob Cross, Jermaine Watamina. And Josh Rock will play Keen Barry. That is the lineup for the last 16. So, what are we thinking? Look, so far, for me, the best player across the day, or probably best two, have been Johnny and Josh, I would say, so far. Obviously, Josh getting the highlights with the 9. So, in terms of the race for the match play, Woodhouse is now up to 13th. You're safe. Cullen, you're safe. I think Barney's safe as well. I think it's Ryan Joyce or nothing. What are we all saying? Who do you think is safe? Is Barney safe in 15th with an event to go? I don't think that, yeah, even if Madas Razma wins, is he going to double up tomorrow? Probably not. Even if Dom Tay, oh no, if it doubles up, he would know. Even if Dom Taylor wins both, he doesn't get to Ryan Joyce, so he can't qualify. If Razma doubles up, he can. So, right. Only Razma doubling up can get to Ryan Joyce. So 50, 55, 75. Right, so Scott Williams and below can mathematically not catch Ryan Joyce. Have I worked that out right, chat room? I make it only Kevin Doots and above can mathematically catch Ryan Joyce. I think that's right. I've probably made a mess of it, but... Someone wants to double check that for me, it'd be appreciated. Right, getting ready for those last 16 ties. Where do you see a list at? So, here, let me put it in the chat room, is the race for the match play. So yeah, I'd say Razma would have to win back to back. Failing that, only Kevin Doots and above at the moment can mathematically catch Ryan Joyce. However, we want to keep that gap low to manifest chaos. So, fingers crossed. A couple of games warming up now, so shouldn't be too long, which is what we want to hear. Again, you guys have been superb today so far. However, we are not done yet. Someone is winning the title today. And then all eyes on the race tomorrow for the match play. All eyes are going to be on that draw. Oh, I'm just going to stand up for a minute tomorrow morning to find out how that is going to look. Going Price Dom Taylor should be an incredible game. I agree. Remember, if you're new here, come and say hi, introduce yourself. So, Smith is going to have to go. Yeah, look, he is going to have to go to the well tomorrow. It is all or nothing for Bully Boy Michael Smith. At the moment, semi-final is the bare minimum he's going to need. It may be more than that. That's just at the moment, if nothing changes. That's a good question. How far down does he fall? Let's have a look. Oh, so, how are we doing, John? It's nice to meet you. Nothing wrong with your head. How are we doing, Natalie? How are we doing? The big news was that all the match play contenders fell early. Right. Main order of merit. There we go. Where is Ziboli Boy? He is there. And most recent last. Apply changes. So at the match play, he's defending 15,000. So take 2 seconds. Sorry about that. So yeah, take 15 off of his total. Takes him to 367. Only drops him potentially to 23. It doesn't drop him that far because Dimitri's not in the world match play. Look, there are people below him that could add to their tally, but as an instant drop, it's not horrific for him. It could have been a lot worse. Rob Cross will play Jermaine Watamina. Take no notice of that Chisnell Cross game. For some reason, it's gone live again. Game's already happened. Rob Cross won. They both had a mismatch starts. So, all the other games now warming up, which is good. Let me update the results on screen for you as well. So it has been a big, big day for Keane Barry. Right, that should be the results up to date on screen for you, which is good. I went into there last night. Nice. Barry's playing really good, 100%. So Josh Rock and Danny Noppert. At the moment, the gap is as it was. They are both still in, so that hasn't changed. So the gap is £5,750. So if Danny Noppert went out now, Josh would still have to make the final to overtake him. No problems, mate. No problems at all. Right. I think... There it is. Let's go Dom Taylor. Got to win Price. I'd like to see Bully Boy come and win tomorrow. Yeah, that would be... it wouldn't be a world match play race without a bit of drama, would it? And all the stream games are up and running. How are we doing, Dean? I do, but it's not for me to say. It's not my business. I've spoken to Jack, but right, here we go. Gavin Price in control of leg one. Damon Heta takes the opener in 12 against Madas Razma. Hope you're well. Look, Michael Smith, the main thing has been injuries, Adam. He had a really serious shoulder and wrist problem, like proper serious. And they're both taking time to heal and repair. So look, once they are fixed and ready, Michael Smith will be okay. But it's just that time of trying to get it ready and right. Daryl Gurney takes the opener against Chris Dobie. Barry Keane. Barry levels it up with Josh Rock. That one 1-1. Yeah, and because of he's got arthritis in his, I think it's his wrist, but that's come from the injury not going particularly well either. 100%, Johnny. And Michael Smith openly said, in an ideal world, he would probably have been out for 6 to 9 months. So, say he was a footballer, for instance, that he's under contract and so on, blah, blah, blah. He would have been out for 6 to 9 months while these procedures are done. But obviously, being a dart player, he can't do that. That luxury isn't there for them to have time off. So he's had to play through it. Dom Taylor, pressure on his throw early here. That's a good response. That's a good, cheeky little 70 finish. Just to remind Gezi that you're not having it all your own way, sunshine. But Gezi firing in maximums all over the place. Damon Hetta averaging 111 in these opening couple of legs. He's 2-0 up on Madders Razma. Josh Rock back in front against King Barry. Watamina 2-0 up on Rob Cross. Woodhouse levels up against Clayton. Astronomical averages. 110, 118 through 2 legs. Basically, we had 6 months off anyway without winning much. Wouldn't have made much difference any playing. Possibly, but it's all that. It's like the exhibition work they do as well, isn't it? That they're still earning good coin doing that as well. The other thing as well, keeping sponsors happy and so on. But we saw Nathan Aspinall do it, didn't we? Where he was like, no, I'm not playing from here to... It was after the match play last year when he tried to go and defend his title, when realistically he knew that he had no chance of defending it. But as soon as that match play was done, he was in for the treatment that he needed to do. Are you surprised there's no Peter Wright? As long as he plays at the weekend in the Euro Tour, no. I think that when you get a bit older, playing in everything may not be the right course of action. If he ducks out of the Euro Tour as well, would I be surprised? Yes. But as long as he plays in one of them, I think that's fine. Noppert levels up against Bunting. Gerwin Price has had a doubling disaster in this leg. Johnny Clayton 2-1 in front, but Dom Taylor has messed it up as well. I was going to say something else then. And Gerwin Price does pin the Madhouse in the end. Daryl Gurney 2-0 up on Hollywood Chris Dobie. Again, it's a scrappy affair. Josh Rock 3-2 up on Keane Barry. Yeah, I remember, I say, Aspinall, that, and it might have been even longer than that. He only came back in September because the doctor was like, no, it's gone really, really well and you can do it. But he at one point, it was talk that he may not play again until the Worlds. I would love, look, in my opinion, the match play is a better tournament with Michael Smith in it. However, have I seen anything over the last 3 months to suggest to me that Michael Smith will make at least a semi-final tomorrow? I haven't, no. So I don't think he makes it. Rob Cross levels up both. Madas Razma was 2-0 down to Damon Hatter, Cross 2-0 down to Watamina. They have both levelled it up. Johnny Clayton 3-1 up, averaging 110. The boy is ferreting. Have the Dev Tour rules changed this year, affecting how? No, I don't think so. Yeah, it is a difficult situation, but look, Michael Smith has got. There are some throws that you look at and you think that's prime for dartitis, in terms of you can just see some throws you just know. The Michael Smith throw is so fluent that I think he's lucky in that respect that he's got a decent throw. Barry should fancy qualifying for the Worlds if he can enter the UK. How far is he off the Worlds as it is? Because this is a very good run from him today. Look, might be coming to an end at the hands of Josh Rock. But to be fair, today's runs put him back in touch. He's only now a couple of grand off the Worlds. So that he's done his chances the world of good. Johnny Clayton setting this stall out though. This is very good from the ferret. Rob Cross, 3 legs on the spin, and he leads Jermaine Watamina. Keane Barry has one back against Josh Rock. Madas Razma leads. Josh Rock one away now. Swagger down. How we doing? So, do you know if the guy loads of Martin Lukeman darts for 30 quid on Vinted with the username Smash180? The honest answer is I don't know, mate. No, I can try and ask and find out for you, but I don't know. No. I'm doing Adam Phil. Hope you're well. World Championship being extended to 28. I think that spot will go to the Oceanic Masters winner normally gets a spot. I haven't seen that on the calendar this year. So whether they are just waiting to see what happens, I think that spot will go to one of the affiliate tours. It's just a case of where it goes. Anthony, how are we doing? I hope Texas is good, but it's not as good as the greatest city in the world. Some turnaround this from Dom Taylor. He's potentially about to go 4-2 up on Gerwin Price. And he is. The Iceman is in a bit of bother here. Trails 4-2. Barry's $3,000 out for the Player Championship. Yeah, look, it's been a good day for Keane Barry, but it comes to an end as Josh Rock sees him off 6-3. How are we doing, Tom? Hope you are good. David Hetta rolling up his sleeves, levels up with MODUS Razma. Johnny Clayton still averaging over 102, 4-2 up on Luke Woodhouse. Marcels, thank you very much for joining the OD Club. Welcome aboard. Pleasure to have you on and joined up as part of the gang. Thank you very, very much indeed. Johnny Clayton is live on PDC stream board number 2 as we speak. Ross Smith back in front against Owen Bates, 4-3, as is Rob Cross. Chris Dobie has turned it around and he's levelled up with Daryl Gurney. Gurney was in control early on, but Hollywood back in this one. Clayton, the one setting the standard so far. Him and Josh Rock have been the two players of the day for me. Again, Price bombing doubles, as he'd call it. Potential double break of throw now for Dom Taylor. 74 for 5-2. Clayton is 5-2 in front. The boy from Pontyberm is one away from beating Woodhouse. Dom Taylor, superb. 5-2 up on Gerwin Price. Looks like it's all back to Chippy 501. How we doing, Liam? Good to have you in. I've just been just wondering who's been. And no, look, everyone at that bottom end, Ryan Joyce and the four outside, all lost ridiculous, all lost early. So there's been no change. Now, in that race, MODUS Razma is still in the race, but he has to win back-to-back events. If he doesn't win today, he can't qualify. Then it's only Kevin Doots and above that can get to Ryan Joyce, but they'd have to win the event. So it's it's in Joyce's hands tomorrow. Yeah, I always think the Luke Woodhouse throw, when it's on, it's okay. But at times, that little dip in the elbow that he's got, where sometimes he'll set and then just dip his elbow and pull it back. That's the kind of concern that when it's on, you don't notice it. But when it's off, you can see it's quite pronounced, that dip. I absolutely loved New York, mate. Thank you for asking. In my opinion, and a few others. I know Anthony is in the chat room. It is the greatest city in the world. If anyone's not been, it's 100%. It should be on your must-go-to places. If you have a choice of year, I would say go at Christmas, but all year round it offers you something different. It's just the most magical place. Stephen Bunting is one away from beating Danny Noppert now. Josh Rock is through. Danny Noppert is potentially about to go out, which would open the door for Rocky to get himself seeded. It's Johnny Clayton is a 6-2 winner. The Ferret safely through. How it differs, is it like to London? Oh, it's like London on steroids. Look, I'm proud British, and London's our capital, but it just doesn't compare to New York, mate. Chris Dobie, 4-4 with Daryl Gurney. So now it's interesting in terms of that seeding for the match play. Josh Rock has a chance to now attack Danny Noppert. Gerwin Price. His throw is under pressure here. Stephen Bunting completes a 6-3 victory. The Bullet safely through. Will the US Masters be a different time next year? No, I don't think so. I think they will go the same sort of time. Gerwin Price not done just yet. He's back within one. Dom Taylor has the darts here. This is the leg that Price has to attack, and vice versa. Taylor will want to get it done here. Trying to break Gezi to win a match is not easy. So no, I think there's not much time in the calendar to change stuff around. So I still think it will be June. It's just a matter of when in June. Watamina and Cross are going to a noble 5-5. I'm going to presume here, Phil, since they had Chisnell ahead yesterday at the start of play, if it ends the same. If it ends the same, I don't know, because obviously the countback rule would be the last, I think it's the last 4 tournaments. Obviously Price has outdone him here, so I don't know. Without looking back over those tournaments, I don't know. I'm not coming to Australia this year. I am going to make a massive effort to get down under next year, Daniel. It's on my list, and I want to come down under. So I'm going to hopefully make it happen next year. Ross Smith has beaten Owen Bates 6-4. The Master is out now. 101 for Price. He has, when it matters, he has got a serious set of bollocks, this man. Absolute set of bollocks. He breaks with a fabulous 12-dart leg, and he now goes favourite. What has Dom Taylor got in the locker? Rob Cross sees off Watamina 6-5 in a last leg decider. Daryl Gurney beats Hollywood 6-4. So all eyes are on this, and Dom Taylor has had an incredible start to the leg. Gezi needs to replicate what he did to break. If he goes out in 12, Dom Taylor can't win. However, now the door is open for Dom Taylor. Taylor is favourite. Price needs trebles and needs a lot of them. What he'd give for a maximum. 134. It's okay, but not if this has a treble in it. Ton gets him to 121. He's on a finish, but it opens the door for Price here. 164 is tough. What can Price leave from 207? Oh my, that's majestic. I tell you what, under pressure, he is so good. However, the 171 may not mean anything if Don Taylor can produce a roof raiser. And he can't. Price to win it. I tell you what, under pressure, the Iceman is just incredible. And winning that TV tournament has given him confidence. He has got a serious set of bollocks on him. Doesn't know when he's beaten. Godwin Price comes from 5-3 down. 3 legs on the spin. Majestic from Godwin Price. Yes, Nico, I am looking forward to September. Yeah, Sam, unreal from Gezi. And the ones that his throw was under pressure. The 171 setup is incredible from him. He is just a machine. Look, he is a massive danger at the World Match Play. A massive danger. But we now have a quarter-final lineup. We're looking forward to an all-Welsh dust-up. World Cup teammates collide. Johnny Clayton takes on Godwin Price in the quarterfinals. Damon Heta will take on Daryl Gurney. Stephen Bunting, Ross Smith and Rob Cross will take on Josh Rock. What a lineup that is, by the way. Of course, at the moment, it would also mean that Johnny avoids Gezi in the World Match Play early rounds, which I'm sure he'll be delighted about if that stays the same. Big if, obviously. Love to see Gezi win the match play. He's by far the best player in 2022. Oh yeah, look, he was. At the match play in 22, he was the best player. However, this is the bit that the greats of the game do. Michael found a way, and that little blitz that he put in was incredible. And that's the difference, is the thing. Yeah, Nina, look, he's rode his luck. There's no question about that. Yeah, some of the videos, Nico looked incredible from Cardiff. Let me just... Right, updated the results on screen for you. So, what game would you like as feature? The all-Welsh tie, Gezi against Johnny. Damon against Daryl. Bunting against Ross Smith. Rob Cross against Josh Rock. Choice is yours for the feature game. Which one would you like? Cross, Rock, Gezi Johnny, Welsh Derby, Damo. Price Clayton. 100% that Keane's had a really, really good day. Really good. He's got himself back in the hunt for the Players' Championships, the World Championships. Super, super day for him. Really, really good. Do you think Rob Cross will be at this top 16 by the end of the year? Let's have an investigation into that. Tour card race. Where is he? Where is Roberto? So he drops to 22. Possibly. He's got a bit of work to do, Luke. That it's not, in terms of money, it's not a lot to make up. But those players in and around, when you've got Aspinall, Price, Searle, they all can't get back into the top 16 without winning or going to final. So, yeah, he's in danger, agreed. So fingers crossed. We won't have to wait too long to get these on the road. Let's hope not, anyway. Price versus Clayton, yeah. So, any questions? Fire them in while we're waiting. I'd like to do always like a bit of Q&A time. Anything you want to know, if I can answer it, I will. If not, I'll just go around the houses and make it sound as if it's all good. Great quarterfinal lineup here at Players Championship 20. Remember, tomorrow is Last Chance Saloon. Who are your top three players at the moment? My top three players right now is Luke Humphreys, Luke Littler and Gerwin Price are my top three players right now. I think Damo is certainly in the equation. Look, he got the nod for New York. When you get that nod, you have to be being spoken about, being talked about. I still think if I was picking it right now, he would miss out on my list. But he's in that equation, he's in that talking point, Daniel. look, the back end of the year, I think he's going to have to get to maybe a couple of semi-finals, a final, or a deep run at the Worlds, or something. Right now, I just think there are other players just in front of him, but he's in that melting pot of players. But I just think there's a couple that are in front of him for me. Luke's okay. Look, he's rested it and whatever, and it's getting there. He'll be fine for the match play. If I was picking my Premier League 8 right now, and I understand there is still loads to play for, I think there's only 2 changes from last year. I think Rob and Chris drop out, and right now I think Clayton and Rock come in. That would be my lineup at the moment. Does the question come that is the only Australian in the running? But yeah, look, I think that has a massive pull, because look, Australia have got a big broadcast deal for darts and so on. But I just think that would be my lineup if I was picking it now. I know we're way off to put worries about the World Championship next year. Anyone getting motivated for events on your rankings and in your bet? Yeah, look, the World Championship, the money increase, it's huge. It's massive. And look, I said for a while that when they changed the Euro Tour rules to what they did, it devalued the Pro Tour Order of Merit to the point now where players in the top 16 in the world, it's a case of make sure I've got enough money to get to Minehead and then bin them off. I don't need them. So it's like once you've got enough money for Minehead, you don't need the Pro Tour Order of Merit. Where beforehand there was so much more value and importance to that ranking, where now there's not. Game's warming up, which is good. It means we've got officials in the booth. Yeah, Nathan, I don't disagree. I don't like the 8, but the PDC and TV do. So I don't think we're going to see a change just yet. I'm with you. I don't like the 8. I think there is more talent that could and should be used. What's everyone up to this evening? Anything interesting? Let me know what you're up to. Excuse me. Ooh. Van Veen could be in. Yeah, I think Gian is in the question. I think the fact that he's only ranked, but he's only world ranked 16. Again, I think he needs a big back end of the year. But 100%, I agree. Let's go for the World Cup teammates colliding then. That was the one with the most votes in the chat room. Yeah, it could have been a blessing, like, and the kick up the arse he needed, because since then he's been revitalised. Watching Wimbledon there, pot roast, nice. Right, Johnny Clayton for an early break, looking at 84. This would be ferreting of the highest order. Ooh, Johnny boy. Final prep work for Matchplay exhibition on Tuesday in Blackpool. Duzza, Lloydie. I was chatting to Duzza last night, Ben. Actually, I think I'm coming along. Me and Duzza are going to do a bit afterwards, I think. Again, Price just slipped. Damon Heta takes the opener against Daryl Gurney, 1-0 to the Heat. I like Peter Wright, but went right downhill lately. Look, I'm not. I think that at some point age catches up with everyone. We've still seen Peter hit the highs, just not like he consistently used to. Those good games are still there within Peter Wright's game. But I'm just not sure that consistency level is there anymore in terms of doing it week in, week out. Right, sorry about that. Going Price breaks straight back and levels it up. Can you make good money betting on darts? You can, but look, it's a lottery. Look, you can lose as well as win, but yeah, there are value in darts. Yeah, Brill will sort out past that for you when you get in the room of the venue. We do our own security, so drop me. Sam Ben, thank you very much, buddy. Yeah, I was chatting to Duzza last night. Our Spurs back, yeah, we came back yesterday, I think, Rob. So yeah, we are back in pre-season mode. When the European Championships come round, White will have 120. Yeah, exactly. Wright's defending a massive chunk in October. Johnny Clayton looking as if he's going to break. Oh, Gavin Price has missed a dart inside at double 13. I was about to say Johnny Clayton will fancy breaking, and he does in the end. But Price had a chance. 104 average Price, 105 average Clayton. The World Cup boys are serving up a treat on our feature game. Elsewhere, Damon Heta is 2-0 up on Daryl Gurney. Rob Cross has just levelled it up 1-1 with Josh Rock, and Stephen Bunting has taken the opener against Ross Smith. Heads 3-0 up now. I'll tell you what, this is good from Johnny Boy. Potentially about to go 3-1 up the ferret. Top ferreting from Johnny Clayton. 3-1. He leads. Something, when Johnny's in the mood, when he's playing like this, it is a joy to watch the ferret. Price is playing well. The ferret is incredible. He's averaging 114 at the moment. You know you're playing well when you score a ton and your average comes down. Josh Rock back in front against Rob Cross. 2-1. Rocky leads. This has to go for Price, and does. Back within one. Needed that hold of throw. Daryl Gurney has a leg on the board and something to build on. Stephen Bunting has doubled his advantage. He's 2-0 up on Ross Smith. At the moment, Clayton just can't miss. Everything he touched goes to gold. Remember the performance that Johnny put in to beat Gezi in that World Grand Prix final was nothing short of sensational. Cheers, Trevor. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was good, and I thought Rob spoke really well on it. That 60 just gives Gezi a way back in, leaves a finish. However, they're both on big finishes. Clayton gets first look at the 161. Doesn't go, so 167 for Price. Again, doesn't go. Clayton. Looking at 64. Misses. He's giving Gezi a break back opportunity here. Gezi misses a dart at tops. Clayton 4-2 in front. Price had a chance, couldn't take it. Rob Cross levels up with Josh Rock. That one's 2-2. Stephen Bunting 3-0 up on Ross Smith. It's not a classic, but Bunty winning that one. Damon Hetta 4-1 up on Daryl Gurney. Super Chin averaging 98, not doing a lot wrong, but he's 3 legs adrift. Much better leg from Gezi. Blown Johnny away here. but it's on his own throw. It's not the end of the world for Clayton in this situation. Cheers, Scotty. Yeah, everyone, if you haven't yet, make sure you smash that like button. Can you get us to 100 likes? That's kind of always the goal that we like to set these streams. 100 likes is always a nice round number, isn't it? So that would be appreciated. Now, Gezzy's just had an incredible leg on throw. Can he find one on the Clayton darts is the question. And that start from Clayton has just opened up the door for Gerwin Price. This has to be big from Johnny. If it's not, a ton is not enough. Gerwin Price should start 19s here. Remember, 5 19s leave the big fish. Right on cue, the big fish left. Now, what can Clayton do? Again, not enough. Just that one visit of 58 has undone Johnny Clayton here. Oh, he's missed the ball for the big fish. He sent the line out and it wasn't quite there. Damon Heta one away. 5-1 up on Daryl Gurney. Oh, Johnny's come inside double 12 for the 144. It is all going on. They've both missed big ton toppers. But Price levels up. What a game. The two Welsh boys are serving up. Cross leads Josh Rock 3-2. Both averaging 103 in that contest. Spell binding this game. Can't take your eyes off of it. But again, this has been some 3 legs for Gerwin Price. He did the same against Dom Taylor. He's producing here. Coming into the match play, he might be the most informed player. I said might be. There's arguments to be had. Damon Heta seals victory. The Heat moves into the semi-finals. 6-1 Damon Heta. Gerwin Price from 4-2 behind has reeled off 3 on the spin. He leads Johnny Clayton 5-4. Are we going all the way, or is Price going to seal it here? I think this one deserves a last leg decider. What do you say in chat room? Are you in agreement? I think it does. I think it's been fabulous. However, would you want to go into a last leg decider against Gerwin Price at the moment? Josh Rock hits the front again against Rob Cross. He was 3-2 down, back-to-back legs. Rocky 4-2 up now. Clayton down to a finish first. Only a maximum gets Price to a finish. Johnny 164. 82 to leave 82. Cut it in half, Johnny boy. What pressure can Price apply? Enough. 140 gives Johnny something to think about. Is he up to it? He's missed the bullseye, which also means his first dart went astray as well. Ross Smith will not be bageled. He has one back against the bullet. Stephen Bunting, but it's still 5-1. And that is incredible from Gerwin Price. From 4-2 down, he has won 4 on the spin to beat Johnny Clayton. That's a little bit good. Yeah, Johnny Clayton going for the ball. Only hit the 14. And let's see Price seal the deal. That's a great game. Absolute great game from both Welsh boys. I agree, and I think Gezi will win a major this year. I think he's playing so well at the moment. Look, would I be surprised if Gerwin Price wins the World Match Play? No, I wouldn't. Because he just knows how to win. That fight, that determination. But also, this could be... He's still in them. So, this is now turning into not a very good day for Dave Chisnall either. Just watch Damo's get that superb doubling. Stephen Bunting, 6-1 winner over Ross Smith. Looks like Smith just ran out of steam. Josh Rock, 5-4 up here on Rob Cross. 110, 109 averages. These numbers are insane. It's looking like Josh Rock is going to get the job done here. He has the cross throw under all kinds of pressure. But it's been a good day for Rob Cross here. He came in here needing to find something, and that he's producing here. He's playing some beautiful stuff. Leave 70. Has Rob Cross got the Whitlock in him? He won't go the Whitlock way, but... $150 to send us to a decider. Oh my, Bobby. I think, Rock's missed. I'm just going to watch the pictures on the stream. Did he go treble 20, and then shank one? Oh, he tried to go ball. He went for it. Oh, Cross is never like that. He's never flamboyant. Oh, oh, Roberto. He tried to do the ball. Josh Rock has missed a match start in all this as well. If this is a 140 or better, Cross is now favourite. Cross is now favourite. Roberto is pulling it out in a last leg decider against the throw, but Rock comes back with one of his own. This is incredible, gents. Absolutely incredible. Rob Cross averaging 111 right now. Rock 109. This is stunning. Rob Cross is on a 10-dart leg and may not get a go at a double. He's left 36 after 10 and may not get a go. Oh, he does. He does. He's on for a 10. He'd take an 11 or 12. 12 it is. Gentlemen, what a game that was. 109.81 Rob Cross. 108.89 for Josh Rock. That was a little bit special. And Rock did miss a dart at the bullseye on the 1-2-4. Insane. Going for the ball, he's pulled it into the lower half of the 14 segment. What a game that is. Take a bow, gentlemen. Superb. How are we doing, Will? Good to have you in, buddy. Always a pleasure, my friend. What a game. What a game that was. We've got Gerwyn Price, who can't miss. Bobby Cross is finding something. So, the semi-final lineup is as follows. Gerwyn Price will take on Damon Heta. Stephen Bunting will take on Rob Cross. Remember, first to 7 now. What are we saying? Who are you fancying? Wowzers, what a day we are having. Next year's Premier League minus MVG, Littler and Humphreys. Only 2 changes for me at the moment. Look, Van Veen, Schindler or someone could go on and win a TV title, Heta. If you were asking me to pick it now, I think Rob Cross and Chris Dobie miss out. I think Johnny Clayton and Josh Rock come in. Even the PDC TV, look. Gezi did beat Johnny. Chris averaged 100. Johnny averaged 101. He's moving further and further away from Dave Chisnell. No, I think, look, Damon Heta for me is 100% in the conversation, but I don't think he's done enough to dislodge the others yet. But he's certainly being spoken about. The fact he got the New York World Series event means he's being spoken about. That's the premier event in the World Series, and he was trusted to do that. Has to do, yeah. At the moment, he's not quite done enough on TV for me. I think that he probably needs, at the moment, I would say, at least 2 TV semi-finals. But even if they were the European Championships and the World Series of Darts finals, but he then crashes early at the Worlds, that might not be enough. There's so much that a semi-final at the Worlds for one of the fringe players could be enough, like it was for Dobie this year. If Dobie doesn't get to the World semi-final, he doesn't get in the Premier League. So, that you have to produce at the World Championships. Is Price secure to playing in the Premier League? For me, he is. Look, I'd never say it's an absolute guarantee, but I think they'll pick him. Why is Heta playing for the PDC and not the... because the PDC have picked him as they've deemed him one of their top picks for Australia. And I think that's better as well, because Damon can then play on that side. It gives one of the others an opportunity. Look, I'd love to see Raymond Smith back in the World Series. I don't think it's going to happen because I know where he is. He's already got other commitments, but it would be nice. If Sky PDC had to pick, do they prefer... I don't think there's a lot in it. I think it would be very much a judgment call on the day when they were picking it. I don't think there's a lot between them. Do you think MVG will get back to his best form? I do. Look, I think as long as everything goes well, I think the back end of the year, we're talking the Grand Slam Players' Championships, MVG will be competitive. Yeah. Raymond Smith is a class operator. On and off the hockey, so much time for Raymond. It's unreal. How are we doing, Juanita? Good to have you in. Yeah, 100%. Look, Raymond is, without any question, one of the best players not to have a tour card. Yeah, so it was done on the DPZ order of merit, but the fact that Ben Robb came over and played some challenge tours and so on, I'd have used the PDC ranking that he had. How are we doing, Mark? Good to have you in, my friend. Jack, it's good. Mace is incredible in it, as always. Cheers, mate. Thank you. I try and answer as much as I can. Try and be as honest as I can. There's obviously some stuff that I can't answer and so on, but I do try my best. Jack, I said it a minute ago, only 2 changes for me. I think Cross and Dobie miss out. I think Josh Rock and Johnny Clayton get back in. Cheers, Daniel. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you. I massively appreciate that. Why was Heta not picked for Poland? Was that? It was a World Series event. No, I just think that they just trying different things out for different ones. And look, Damo is one of those ones that's on the fringes of things. So he's not going to get everything. He's obviously got New York, Australia, and New Zealand. So I think that's a good blend, a good balance. Yeah, Brooks was class today. It wasn't a good day for Bully Boy. Tomorrow, he lost his opening game. Tomorrow, he needs a minimum of a semi-final, but even that might not be enough. Only 93, Will. Phew. I tell you what, I bought a few back, but I've run out. I did sneak some Fanta Pineapple into my case, Will, but it's all gone now. Is Bully Boy okay? Yeah, he's getting there. He's struggled with injuries and so on. Does he or doesn't he, Chris? Look, I'm a great believer in, if you qualify for something, you deserve it. If Michael Smith gets to the semi-final, final, or win it tomorrow, he's done enough to deserve that spot. If he doesn't, then you don't. So it's one of those ones that, in my opinion, the tournament is better, regardless of whether you deserve it or not. For me, the tournament is better with Michael Smith in it. There's a whole different thing of whether you deserve it or not. I get that. But for me, it's a better tournament with him in it. But at the end of the day, you get what you deserve at the end of the day. Yeah, Will, you know, I stuck it all in there. It's been good. I stuck a few in there, which was all right. His snake bite. No, Peter didn't play. Chris, if Michael Smith overtakes Ryan Joyce tomorrow, then clearly over the 12 months he hasn't, because league tables don't lie. If Michael Smith ends up with more ranking money, look, I don't think he will, by the way, but if he does, it's done on a merit-based system, then fair enough. But for me, Michael Smith offers more to the tournament. We've always said that he deserves it. However, in my opinion, Michael Smith offers more to the tournament than Ryan Joyce. You're buying... if we are, I'm buzzing with that. I'd take that all day long. Look, everyone that qualifies deserves to be there. They have won their place there through a meritocracy. I've got no issue with that at all. But from a media point of view, which is what I do, Michael Smith offers more to the media and the tournament than Ryan Joyce. That's not saying that I don't think Ryan Joyce is a fabulous player, because he is. But from a media point of view, he offers media absolutely nothing. And again, I don't mean this horribly. From a marketing point of view, the PDC are never going to put Ryan Joyce on a poster. The same as when Andrew Gilding was defending UK Open champion, I didn't see him on the poster for the following year. Now, Callum's playing well. Callum played really well today, just run into a great performance. James, we're not saying they are. But what we're saying is, it's just from a media point of view, we look at it a little bit differently to who we'd like to see there. Like, I'm not going to specifically name names, but in that Pro Tour order of merit, how many of them would I like to replace? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 6 I would like to replace. And I'm not saying that we are or anything like that, but minimum of 6 I'd like to replace in that order of merit if I could. Right, we will have both games on screen. I just need to do some jiggery pokery. Right, so we want gathering price there, and there we There we go, both games are on screen. Right. I think that works well, everyone. Can we see both games now? Which is cool. I don't know. I don't think appearance has anything to do with it, Chris. What they say, 100%. Punk will still feud with Rawlins and Reigns when he comes back. Damon Hatter 1-0 up on Gathering Price, and he's broken the throw. Cross 1-0 up on Bunting. Remember, slightly longer format. 2-0. Very good from Damon Heta. He's averaging 116 right now. Gezi not quite at those levels that he was against Johnny Clayton. Update. Just getting the text sorted out for the screen, everyone. Don't worry. Copy that. There we go, that's all up to date for you now. As well, this is big here. This probably has to go for Gerwin Price, and it doesn't. He could find himself 3-0 behind. Gerwin Price has it all to do right here. He is bang up against it. I don't know, Daz. Well, it won't be George, so it's a case of pick the others. That's out. Damon Heta averaging 118 right now. This is stunning from Damo. But again, my same criticism. These are the numbers that we saw Chris Dobie hitting on Friday. It's okay doing it now, but these numbers mean nothing if he comes back in the final and averages 91. But Gerwin Price is a fighter, but he's not given himself much room to manoeuvre here. .78 to get something on the board. Doesn't hit, but he will return. Gerwin Price is making a mess of this. An absolute mess. Heta's missed the ball for the 1-2-2. Rob Cross is 3-1 up on Stephen Bunting. Price last eye in hand. That should have been so much easier. Can Gathering Price find something? Yeah, agreed, Trevor, agreed. How are we doing, Higgy? Hope you are good. Can Price pin this 96? He can. All of a sudden, has this one just turned? Never write the Iceman off. Damon Heta has just dropped a tad. Not a lot, but enough just to let Gathering Price back in. One, 2-1 for the Iceman to get within one, which looked unlikely a while ago. Tops for Price. Normally his favourite is Beloved, and it is now. This is a huge, huge leg. Four all or 5-3. Rob Cross doing a number on Stephen Bunting at the moment. Again, Price just finding a way. How are we doing, Joe? Good to have you in. Heta not going anywhere though. One, 2, 4 for Heta. This is big. Doesn't want to give Gezi a go. Look, the likelihood is that he will return, but it's that fear. Yeah, Gezi's made a mess of it. Heta breathes again. Now. Can Gathering Price find something? Stephen Bunting, the door was ajar in the other game for him to pull something back. Massive maximum from Damon Heta. Punishes the mistake from Price. Rob Cross looks as if he's about to go 5-2 in front. Price gets away with that. Damon Heta will see that as a missed opportunity. Heta just keeping Price at bay. Cross looking like he is edging ever closer. Voltage, he was ropey early on today. He's got better and better. He's averaging 107 at the moment. He is on absolute fire at the moment, and that is extremely good from Damon Heta. Gerwyn Price will now have to win three legs on the spin. Oh, I was going to stand up a minute. My legs have seized. Also, it needs that. Someone wants to see the setup. Now, Cross to put himself on the hill. Bunting has missed a chance. And Cross is one away. 6-2. Voltage leads in a race to 7. Gerwyn Price needs to hold here and then attack the Damon Heta throw. But what a setup. What a setup from Damon Heta. Don't see Price in that corner of the board too often. Now, the champagne shot doesn't go. Price to keep this alive. This is tricky just because you don't see him there too often. And he does hold. Damon Heta, this is the leg. We said it earlier. You do not want to go to a last leg decider with Gerwyn Price at the moment. And Heta says, I've got no plans to, as he bangs in a maximum. He couldn't win it with a 9, could he? Could he? No, but next best prize. That is exceptional darts from Damon Heta. Gerwyn Price is now relying on Damon Heta making a mess of this. Not something I'd rely on. Down to 81. Oh, he couldn't, could he? Damon Heta will be thinking, just hit this. Don't give him a go. Don't give him a look at the 170. Cross 72 to win it, and Damon Heta is in the final. A brilliant 12 dart leg to see off Gerwyn Price. That is very, very good. Rob Cross, double 16 to book a dance date with Damon Oh, match starts missed. So Damon Heta awaits either Rob Cross or Stephen Bunting. Cross has missed match starts. Can Cross recover? Massive 180 from Bunting after the slip. $180, $140 to leave 24. This has been a fabulous response from Stephen Bunting. It's going to cut the gap to just 2. No worries, Nails, no worries. Bunting misses. We've seen Cross take out this before. Well, cheers, Dale, cheers. I'll take it. I'll take it, mate, I'll take it. Bunting back within just 2. Is this the leg where Cross gets it done? Bunting not going away though. He has effectively taken the darts here. This would be some comeback from the bullet. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here, everyone. Nothing going on. No. Nothing happening. No. 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 Go on, Stephen. Go on. Yes! The 9 darter from the bullet. Stephen Bunting bags the 9. What a moment. Stephen Bunting is back in this contest. The magical 9 darter. Go on, the bullet. Remember, Cross led 6-2. Love a 9 darter. That was a little bit good. Let's go Bunting mental. Means I've got to do another social post now as well, doesn't it? Now, Rob Cross, can he hit his own 141? No, he can't. We are going all the way. 4 legs on the spin for Stephen Bunting. Love that, James. Love that. Bunting's favourite all of a sudden. This would be some comeback. Six-two down. And now, his favourite. This needs to be big. That's not enough for Rob Cross. Bunting has dragged himself back in there. Cross now needs to hit and hope. Nowhere near enough. Bunting to complete a sensational comeback. Now a way to win it. Cross looked in no danger at 6-2. Now he needs fireworks. Interesting. Interesting, Bobby. But Bunting to win it. Rob Cross deliberately went treble 18, double 17. He missed a match start, but Bunting wins it. A 9-darter en route to a sensational comeback. That was a little bit good. Two great semi-finals. And now we have a final, which means you guys want a poll. There we go, poll coming up for you. Bunting Mental is for sure. What a day of darts this has been. What a day of darts. When did Bunting win his... Did he win one? He won one this year, I'm sure. Wait a minute. I'm sure he's won one this year. Yes, he won one the 18th of June, beat Jermaine Watamina in the final. Thought he did. I don't know. I just see what you guys see. Look, I think it will be a close final. Who do you think is likely to get more 180? I think it will be close. They're both streaky. That it's kind of like all or nothing for them. Following Wimbledon film, nice. I'm very much a casual, part-time tennis fan. Oh look, it should be an unbelievable final. We have had 3 9-darters today, James. Josh Rock, Leon Webber, and Simon Wheeler, and Stephen Bunting. What's everyone having for tea tonight then? All on... Was the Josh Rock one on stream? Have to watch Steve Palmer's goal. Cool. So yeah, extremely... I can see it. I just couldn't remember if it was on stream or not. No, I think it'll be a close final. I don't think either player runs away with it. Hopefully, we're not waiting too long. hopefully we can crack on and get on with this. To be fair, I've got some golf lessons booked after the match play. Can Willie, is he in that? Yeah, he'd probably be 100 to 1, 150 to 1 probably. I am going... I think bunting just. Yeah, Keane was brilliant today, and he needed that as well. That was a much needed boost for Keane Barry. Played well as well, which was good. That always helps. Right, so poll is up and running. We are all good to go. How we doing? I hope you are good, mate. Any questions while we're waiting for the final to start? Fire them across, and I'll do my best to amuse you all. Fingers crossed they won't be too long. I'm sure they'll both want to be getting off for some food. Phil, can you see a way Smith makes it? No, but yes. Now, every stat, every bit of form will say to you, Michael Smith is not going to the match play. But there is a very, very great saying that I love as well. Only fairy tales happen in sport. And it would be a fairy tale if Michael Smith finds a way tomorrow. Well, that's half the problem, Dylan, isn't it? You don't actually have an event anymore. Look, I love the Tom Kirby and so on, but you don't have an event anymore to do it. Has the Tom Kirby been gone too long to bring it back? I don't know. Let me personally know. I always enjoyed it. But again, the love affair with that was the final was always before the World Grand Prix. Now, with the World Grand Prix not being in Ireland, it's a little bit harder to bring that back. Michael Smith has a minimum of a semi-final. It may have to be a final or even win, depending on what Ryan Joyce does. But minimum semi-final. The problem is, it's worse than that now, isn't it? Because the Irish government have actually bought the City West, so it's never going to go back there. The problem is, for a World Series event, is you either need to be a developing nation or have a bucket load of cash. Now, is there anyone in Ireland that is going to stump up that kind of money to have a World Series event? I'm not sure there is. The only reason the Dutch event existed was because Toto paid for it. That's the only reason it existed. Yeah, the only problem is, Rob, he wouldn't be allowed to come. Yeah, that's the only reason the Dutch one happened, is because Toto paid a fortune. Let's go, Ubuntu. Mental. Or Daily Fix a Demo. The thing is, as well, I don't know any other. I know that the debate about getting the event back to Ireland is one that's always there. But genuinely, obviously, I'm not from there, and the PDC have looked and looked. I don't think there's any other venue that they could do it from there. Wonder if the Toto chief is happy something are back in the Premiership. It is. Tim Vorts, or something like that. Yeah. I've met him a few times, actually. I wonder why Binks wasn't at the Pro Tour today. He's at Hyde Park. Yeah, vote is 50-50. No one knows for sure. Right, any more questions? Fire them along. Hopefully we're not going to be too much longer now. We could get this show on the road, guys. Come on. Come on, do we getting some food and still got a load of stuff to do. Yeah, I agree. I wish it was as well. It would be good, but it's not. So we've got to make do with the Pro Tour, haven't we? What's for tea? I need to stop at the shop on the way home. That is the answer. Right, the marker is in the booth. They have pressed the button. We're not far away. Yeah, I need to stop at the shop on the way home. Right. A little bit of luck, if I'm being honest. I was in the right place at the right time. A merger between two companies happened, and I took advantage and I ran with it. So, who Chizzy played? So, Chizzy lost to Rob Cross in the last 32, 6-5. Then we've got pictures. He beat Brendan Dolan and Justin Hood. Yeah, Marcus, 100%. I still speak and get on really, really well with Jay now. It was just one of those things where I just wanted to do it for myself. So yeah, no, they were. It was great. Like I said, just one of those things where I went off and did my own thing. I've always been inspired to work. Look, just go and do it. That's all I'd say. Don't be scared or anything like that. But we are underway. Damon Heta has won the ball, but Bunting has started brilliantly. Yeah, Chizzy lost against Rob Cross. Was Mardo? He didn't stop laughing, Johnny. He found it hilarious. He genuinely didn't stop laughing. Break opportunity for the Bullet. Remember, extra leg again. First to 8 in the final. Let me. So, double 18 for an early lead for Stephen Bunting. Johnny, he's not really doing any. I'll keep trying, but at the moment he's not really doing any. Rob Cross Come back against Chisnell. Yeah, 100%, Matt, 100%. 1-0, the Bullet leads. It's been good so far. Both of these seasoned pros on the Pro Tour now. Both knows what it takes to win. But Bunting will be fuming here that he did the hard work and broke. Score draw. Score draw. Another decent visit here from Heta, and he will fancy breaking back. But that just opens the door again. After 2 trebleless visits, Damon Heta has not punished Stephen Bunting. Leave 70. 100% Johnny. He was one of the best to sit down and chat to. Where did the nickname Roberto come from calling him Bobby? It was Wayne, actually. It was Wayne Mardle that kept calling him Roberto on Sky. Yes, Dave Chisnell lost to Rob Cross. Stephen Bunting doubles his lead. Damon Heta will feel that was an opportunity missed. Didn't punish the slow start from Bunting in that leg. Bobby, he calls himself Bobby. Bobby Cross. Bunting. Nice, Marcus, nice. They're always good. Stephen Bunting here is just having it all his own way. Damon Heta, not at the level that beat Gerwin Price, that's for sure. That was incredible. Some of the nicknames are class. Some of them are horrific as well. It was a very fine blend. $109 for Damon Heta. This is almost must hit, and does. That was superb. Needed that massively. The coat. Jan Decker was the coat. Maximum for Heta. Is he just warming up? Is he just finding that form that beat Gerwin Price? That's a slip. After the maximum, it will be gutted. He has not followed up. 180.46. Disaster. You mean Mr. Coat? Again, 167 here from Bunting. He will think, I leave this handy, Damon Heta will not take out 145. 99's okay. Would have preferred a guaranteed 2-dart finish. So, may only get one. Misses. The door is open for Damon Heta. I don't know. I'm not sure what happened to... I'm not sure if Decker's even still playing, Stephen. And we are level once again. Bunting missed. Heta pounces 2-2. Again, just a bit of a slow start from Damo, but he's certainly awoke now. Yeah, look, the local scene in the Netherlands is decent, to be fair. So, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he was still playing and kicking around locally. What would the pay be roughly for marking the... so they're not on a fee for the final. The markers are all on a day rate. They get paid X per day, whether you ref the final or not. So that is Luke Guest, who is refereeing this final. Very, very good PDC official. There should be 3 legs on the spin for Damon Heta. (3-2). The heat leads, and he has turned up the heat on the bullet. Yes and no, Marcus. So the ones that were on the volunteer marking system, they never used to get paid. Players used to pay them to go and mark for them. So they'd just be sat around a table and X would lose and he'd go up to, can you go and mark for me? And they'd chuck him a $5 to mark the game. Where now all the volunteer markers get paid. Obviously, Luke is a PDC official. He's not on the volunteer marking scheme. He's a PDC official. So they're a bit different. Damon Heta has turned this around. It looked like a real sluggish start from him when he was 2-0 down. But now he's on the cusp of a double break and going 4-2 up. 81 for Daylight, and he's missed the ball. $80 for Bunting. Misses. So, Heta will not want to pass this opportunity up. 1 for double 16. And it goes 4-2. Big, big moment. 4 legs on the spin for Damon Heta. Isn't it like... I haven't got a clue how much it is, if I'm being honest. I've never done it, so... I'm not sure. Is your business that you own related to darts? Yeah, it's all darts. Excuse me. Where do you see who's marking the current match? So I pay for PDC TV, where they show the streaming games. Yeah. What it is, because I've had no sugar today. I've been really good trying to not drink as much pop. So I've not had my sugar fix. What's this? Day 3 without. Yes, mate. Look, yeah, partly. I do some other bits and bobs as well. 61 for Heta, unless Bunting has got an absolute roof raiser in him, which he doesn't. Five, 2. Heta leads. He is 3 away from victory. Heta's floor form is, yeah, it is. Yeah, he's solid as a rock on the floor. Giving up sugar. To be fair, I always had sugar-free pop, but you should drink too much of it. Like, I could just, a 2-litre bottle of Cherry Pepsi Max wouldn't last very long. I'm more of a coffee man, but yeah. How many 180s so far? That's a good question. Let's go there. So it is 5-1 to Damon Heta on the maximum front. I was going to say, if he had piled in a big visit there was potentially a catastrophic moment for Bunting there. 6-2, and Heta would have been throwing for 7-2. This is very, very good from Damo. $90 for the Aussie for 6-2. Yeah, Josh is playing incredibly well at the moment, superbly. Oh my, is that the game in that moment? Heta breaks again. He is 2 away from victory. $6-2, the Heat leads. Yeah, he's probably going to have to do a baggish tomorrow. I love doing a baggish is a phrase. I love that. Oh my, we've been here before. We've been here before. Nothing to see here. No, Stephen, nothing silly. Nothing silly, Stephen. Come on now. Come on. Could he? Could he? Can he do it again? For the 4th? His 2nd? I need to see on the stream. I need to see. Has he changed MO and missed double 18? Or has he left 36? Because he went treble 19, double 12 last time. Has he gone 45, 36? But look, Damon Heta was poised. Bunting's needed to do that to break back. Right, let's have a look. No, didn't go in. No, they'd never be sorry. I think Chizzy's form is very, very up and down at the moment. We don't see the big numbers that Chizzy's used to producing, especially on the floor. That was always his bread and butter. We don't see them as much anymore. Yet 9 180s. MO, mode of operation. Like his normal MO. Is Bunting just about to get himself back into this game? It's down to a finish. Heta needs a 140 minimum just to give himself something manageable if Bunting misses. 140 gets him down to 114. $110 for Bunting to get within 2. Doesn't go. So Heta can put himself one away with a 114 finish. This would hurt Bunting. Doesn't go, but he's missed a dart at tops. He has had the chance, Heta. Bunting has to take this to get within 2 and keep Heta from getting to the hill. 6-4. Bunting back in this. Now, Damon Heta, he'll be pleased with this because this is a nice solid leg on throw after Bunting has pinned a couple of legs back from him. This is nice. No urgency, no danger. Doesn't have to take out the 1-2-2. Can just set this up nicely. It's okay. Could have been worse. Could have been better. It just depends what pressure Bunting applies here. The winner gets £15,000. The runner-up, 10. Last dart in hand. That was huge for the Heat. Damon Heta is now a leg away from victory in Players' Championship number 20. Is he about to get the job done? Or can Stephen Bunting win 4 legs on the spin? That is the question. That just opens the door. That gives Heta more than a chance. $164 to win it. It's not the best setup, but it's okay. 130 for Bunting to stay alive. Has the bullet got another throw of the dice in the locker? Oh, he has. The 130 goes. He says to Damo, you are going to have to serve this one out. The averages as we head into leg 13 are still brilliant. Heta 100.60. Bunting 99.51. It's still very good, gentlemen. Very good indeed. Oh, is there another twist coming here? It's not a great start from Heta. Bunting has taken the darts. When Damo was 7-4 up, I was thinking, nice, get this wrapped up, get to the shop. Now it's got last leg decider written all over it. Because Bunting has gone 140, 140, 180 on the Heta throw. Nine for double 16, 1 for tops. Effectively, we are back on throw, and the averages after that leg have just flip-flopped. Damon has dropped under the ton for the first time. Bunting has gone above it, 101.81. Right now, who would you rather be? Stephen Bunting in the ascendancy, or Heta knowing you've got the darts in the decider if needed? But the momentum will be with Bunting. Remember, he was 7-4 down. Is it just getting a little bit nervy? Who would you rather be in this moment? It's another maximum for Bunting. All of a sudden, he is turning the screw. Showing why he's in the top 4 in the world. Why he's won multiple titles. Leaves 164. Took out 130 in the last leg. Has he got a real showpiece shot? No, he hasn't. So now, this is where Heta needs a 171. Just to apply maximum pressure. 95 is minimal. We are going the distance. Right now, who would you rather be? Damon Heta with the darts or Bunting with 3 legs on the spin under his belt? Momentum against the darts. Who would you rather be? Both 2 treble visits to kick off. Who is going to hold their nerve in the decider? Bunting has dragged himself back into this from 7-4 down. Is he going to win it? 8-7. He's favourite. Back-to-back 140s. Heta leaves the 170. But Bunting should be on something nice here. Ton leaves 121. Anything more? $54 doesn't cut it. I wouldn't say epic collapse. He's still averaging 98. That's still world-class darts. Heta leaves 65. Now, Bunting, 167 to win it. If not, Heta is going to get his opportunity. Over to you. Damon Heta gets first chance to win it. 25 and tops will be his route, his intended target. Will he be too accurate? Damon Heta has won it, and I can't tell you how big that is. Having squandered a 7-4 lead to hold your nerve in a deciding leg is exceptional from Damon Heta. We will let the pictures catch up. Which way? Went for the 25, hit 19. Popped one in 10. Double 18 was his MO, and you can see what it means to him. Congratulations to Damon Heta. Everyone, you guys have absolutely rocked it today. We will be live again tomorrow, of course, so if you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe and then turn those notifications on so you know when we go live. But 1 o'clock is the destination time tomorrow. Make sure you join us. Remember, it is Last Chance Saloon tomorrow. The match play or nothing on the horizon tomorrow. You are either going to the Winter Gardens or you are going to have a miserable summer. Join us from 1 p.m. I've been Phil Bars. We have been Online Darts, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Make sure you join us.